If you've ever been worried about an AI bubble, go ahead and hit that like and subscribe button, folks. Welcome back to another episode of Benzinga's Pre-Market Playbook, and happy Halloween. It is Halloween today, and my makeshift costume here is the AI bubble. And I got to be honest with you, it's not easy to breathe in this thing, so we're going to have to pop the AI bubble here very soon. But we also have a market day here today. We had a whole bunch of big earnings yesterday. We've got the SPY trying to break out here. We got Bitcoin trying to trade up. It is great to see a whole bunch of returning faces. Benzinga's pre-market playbook, the Halloween edition for Friday, October 31st, 2025, begins right now. Good morning and welcome back. And oh my God, I am suffocating in the AI bubble. I'll tell you what, great to see a whole bunch of returning faces here. Happy Halloween, everybody. I hope that you all had a great rest of your Thursday, and I hope that Friday goes well here for you today. We're gonna go ahead and I can't believe I'm sweating. We're gonna go ahead and say good morning to everybody. Easy for me to say. Kayla's first here today. And that's fitting because Kayla has posted a jack-o'-lantern for Halloween here today. So happy Halloween, everybody. Zach, good morning. Welcome back. Brian, good morning. Welcome back. Let's see. Producer, welcome back. Peter, good morning. Ed, good morning. Ed says not first. Ed, and you know what? I've discovered that the first comment that I see loads after I load the stream. So I always come into the stream a little bit early. I actually vary it in the morning. So the whole first thing, there's going to be a bit of luck involved with that. It's not going to be unfair to the Europeans who are across the pond because I don't see their comments until I load the stream, and they won't know when I'm doing that. So Ed, don't give up. I believe in you, buddy. You will be first. And anyone that's in this program here, you're first in my mind. Anyway, good to see you. Good morning. Big Dave, welcome back. Good morning. Corey, good morning. Welcome back. Yes, that girl. Good morning. Welcome back. Alvin, good morning. Welcome back. Atlas, good morning. It's good to see you. Big Bear Hug, good morning. Durkus, good morning. Shane Bear, good morning. Richard Judge, good morning. Let's go. Just passing through, good morning. You got Richard Judge, hell no. So you guys like the AI bubble costume, right? You guys like that. Okay, sounds good. JJ, good morning. Oh my God, what an awesome. Thank you for the kind words. Hermat saying, should we be buying the Meta dip? That's the $64,000 question today, right? I'm sure we're going to take a look at Meta and where it is. It's below the 200. So I think we really want to recapture that. Stay tuned, though. We'll absolutely take a look at that chart. K-Craft, good morning. Welcome back. Big Bees, good morning. Welcome back. Bernhard, it's good to see you again. Sun-Kissed Yogi, good morning. Welcome back. Big Bear Hug. Oh, that's funny. Javon, good morning. Welcome back. Archangel, good morning. White Chocolate Mocha, good morning. Edel, good morning. Liberty, good morning. That's funny. Best Life, good morning and happy Halloween indeed. Yassine, good morning. Yes, that girl, I did go as the AI bubble, but we popped it, right? We popped it here. So the AI bubble is officially popped. Breaking news here on a Halloween morning. A1 is rising. That's a good costume. Very original. You know what? I don't know. Props to anybody that decides to go as the AI bubble and does a better job. I spent the day thinking, I was like, how could I do this? How could I do this? And my friend was like, what about like a clear poncho? And thankfully I was able to one day it from Amazon, and here we go. So if someone else put more thought into it and made a costume where maybe you could breathe, that would be something. Props to them for being able to do it. But thank you for the kind words. Johnny, good morning. Happy Halloween. Welcome back. Darkside Hemi, good morning. Welcome back. Let's see. Who else am I missing here? Dan, good morning. Born to be Free. Good morning. Yeah, I'm sorry about the Dolphins. I'll be honest, man. I really needed Tua to throw a touchdown pass. My fantasy team needed Achane to get a touchdown. I would have won $150 if Tua just threw a touchdown pass. But alas, we will have to try again, I'm afraid. Jay Harris, good morning. Balto Pro, good morning, says Ryan is my hero. I don't know why, but I will take it today. That's for sure. Good morning. Robot to Trade, good morning. Just some guy, good morning. Ryan, love the AI bubble. Okay, good. I'm glad you guys at least enjoyed it. John, good morning. Crimp Biscuit, good morning. Tyler, good morning. Squish the fish, lol. Lombardo, good morning. And anyone else that I might have missed, good morning. I have to do this stock market today segment, and I think we need to keep at least some semblance of professionalism around here. So I should probably take the AI bubble costume off. So producer, we're going to do it a little bit different here. Before we start that, let me go ahead and take this off. And you know what? I will give you guys another laugh. I don't know why Jeff Bezos is on there laughing at me. That I don't understand. But in any case, I'll give you guys another laugh here. You guys can watch me take this off while I'm still on camera. And I'll do the best job I can here. I'll give you one more look at the AI bubble before I take it off. AI bubble, let's go. Let's go. All right. I misjudged how much heat these things keep in. And I was like, I'm going to turn the hood around and that'll work really well. And then what happened is when I would exhale, it would go into the hood and it would heat the entire poncho up. Didn't think it totally through, but I'm glad you folks enjoyed it, at least for right now. You know what, buddy? You can't destroy this. Maybe it'll make another appearance here. But let's get back to the stock market and some professionalism here. Let's go with the stock market today. All right, stock futures positive ahead of the Halloween Friday open here, likely on the backs of some of those really strong earnings reports we got yesterday. S&P futures up 0.81% here, Dow futures up 0.16%, and the NASDAQ futures leading the way higher at 1.36%. Let's take a look at some cues from last sessions here. Most sectors on the S&P 500 closed on a negative note on Thursday, with consumer discretionary, communication services, and information technology recording the biggest losses. U.S. stock futures advanced on Friday after a day of decline on Thursday, but this morning futures are higher. Amazon and Apple drove gains on Friday after their strong quarterly results. This followed a decline in the NASDAQ Composite Index, dipping more than 350 points on Thursday as it was weighed down by mixed earnings from Meta and Microsoft. We will definitely be taking a look at both of those here today. Meanwhile, the 10-year Treasury bond yielded 4.11%, and the 2-year bond was at 3.61%. Now, we do have several stocks in focus here today, and they're going to be a lot of those earnings winners as well as Netflix. First one here is going to be Amazon. Amazon jumped 12.21% in the pre-market on Friday after reporting upbeat third quarter results with net sales of $180.2 billion. That's up 13% year over year. It also said that it sees fourth quarter net sales in a range of $206 billion to $213 billion. That's up 10% to 13% year over year, respectively. Just a massive, massive move there in Amazon. Apple rose 1.88% after better than expected financial results, with revenue of $102.47 billion, which beat the estimate of $102.17 billion. So just a very little beat there. It reported earnings of $185 per share, which beat the $176 per share estimate. The big thing here with Apple, Tim Cook said that the iPhone is constrained by supply right now. He's gone on to say that the demand is off the charts for that phone. We have channel check reports saying that it was actually the iPhone Pro Max that had the most demand. That's the highest margin product that they have. So it looks like we're setting up for a pretty awesome upgrade cycle here for Apple, and you're seeing that reflected in the stock price. Netflix advanced 3.21% after announcing a 10-for-1 stock split. This is interesting because we were just talking yesterday about how the stock split for Chipotle, which was a 50-to-1, ended up being the top, or at least so far. Very curious to see if the same type of thing here on Netflix. They had, I think, 421 million shares in the float. It's going to be 4.2 billion after the split. Hope the stock still trades well. We'll see on that. I actually would be really curious to see what you folks think about a Netflix stock split. Are you bullish on this, bearish on this? I mean, the way I think is that as soon as that split is effective and all of these longtime Netflix holders that have tremendous gains in Netflix, you're probably going to sell some, right? We'll see about that. Well, I'm sure we'll talk about that. Curious how you folks all think about that. Reddit is the next stock on our list here. That gained 12.39% as it reported third quarter earnings of 80 cents per share, significantly beating the analyst estimate of 52 cents per share. Reddit also surpassed revenue expectations, reporting 585 million, which was higher than the consensus of 545.71 million. Last stock on our list here today is going to be Strategy, affectionately known as Mr., ticker MSTR. It soared 7.29% despite mixed third quarter financials, However, it became the first Bitcoin-focused company to receive an S&P credit rating earlier in the week. So MicroStrategy strong after earnings today. All right, let's take a look at our SPY chart and see where we sit here today. As mentioned, we did pull back yesterday. The other thing is that we talked to Peter yesterday, and Peter said, look, whatever happens, whatever that initial knee-jerk reaction is, there's normally some carry through the following day from the Fed decision, and that is exactly what we saw. So it sold off early and then bounced while we were still in the futures forward segment. Traded sideways for the remainder of the morning, and then in the afternoon we revisited those lows. So it looked like it kind of did that again, or it followed that pattern again, if you will. The move down yesterday actually took us back through the midpoint of the channel. I had mentioned that I thought we were going to see this, or I wanted to leave this up there for that point or for that case. The one thing to see here is we did not fill the gap. We talked about how these three candles here from the October 23rd, October 24th, and October 27th, that Thursday, Friday, Monday series of candles here actually produced some gaps on the daily chart. We did not fill this first gap here. So although we are bouncing here today, here's a look inside. You can see that SPY is definitely higher than where we closed. This was on the earnings reaction yesterday, and we're drifting higher here today as those are holding their gains through the pre-market here today. So maybe we won't fill that gap just yet, but keep that value in mind here in case we do reverse, even if that reversal takes place as soon as today. The close of this candle was 677.25. So that to me represents a level. If we fill that gap, maybe we bounce there, especially if the market really isn't moving on a huge piece of news and it's kind of just trading back and forth. I would expect that to be a key level there, 677.25. All right, let's go back to the news story here and take a look at some insights from analysts here. Scott Wren, senior global market strategist at Wells Fargo, advises investors to disregard short-term noise and headlines, suggesting any market impact will likely dissolve quickly. Instead, he urges a focus on long-term trends that will drive profits over the next 12 to 18 months or longer. Wren notes that the artificial intelligence secular theme has been a major key for the market. Other trends also deserve attention. These include related tech trends like cybersecurity, factory automation, and robotics, as well as tax cuts and deregulation. Wells Fargo Investment Institute, where Wren works, boy, the alliteration there is tough, views pullbacks as buying opportunities and is targeting 7,400 to 7,600 for the S&P 500 by the end of 2026. To capitalize on these trends, they favor domestic, large, and mid-capitalization equities. So they're not yet looking at small caps, which is interesting. They hold positive, favorable ratings on the technology, financials, industrials, and utility sectors. These are sectors that we often discuss here as a group. They expect financials to benefit from deregulation, while industrials and utilities should profit from the data center build-out and electrical grid upgrades. Now, as far as economic data here today, September's personal income, consumer spending headline, and core PCE index data will all be delayed due to the shutdown. October's consumer business barometer will be out by 9:45, and Dallas Fed President Lori Logan will speak at 9:30, followed by Cleveland Fed President Beth Hammack and Atlanta Fed President Raphael Bostic at noon. All right, let's go ahead and take a look at some of these stocks that reported earnings. We're going to start with Big Mama Apple here. Here we go. I got to be honest with you, watching this reaction in happy hour yesterday was something else. If we take a look inside here, you'll notice that right when the print came out, Apple actually sold off 262 on the low. Almost immediately, within 10 minutes, it had gone back to a red-green move and then actually went higher. Looks like the high that we printed here in the after hours was 285. Now, we did bleed some of those gains back, but we are holding steady here in the pre-market. So one of the things I'd like to look at, Tenzin, if you're here, one of the things that I'd like to look at here for a potential trade, let's go ahead and just draw these horizontal rays right here. Bang. There's the top end. Here's going to be the bottom end. Let's see. It's a pretty tight range there, 274 to 278. If we break out or down from this range and get a back test, we should be giddy up on a potential trade there for Apple. We'll see if we end up getting those here today. I'm actually going to delete these lines from this chart, and we will add them to the smaller time frame chart when we actually go to trade. As far as the daily chart goes, we're actually above this trend line, new all-time highs. This has been a huge run for Apple. Remember, when everyone was freaking out on Liberation Day, stock was about $172, just a little bit beneath. Here we are today, 277, so over 100 points higher, not even a year later. Just a massive, massive move here for Apple. Congrats to anyone that's in this, either long-term or trading. The other thing that we can look at here for a trade over the next several sessions, if Apple does come back in on any market weakness and then holds this trend line and it looks like it might bounce from that trend line, that might also be a possible swing long opportunity. Let's take a look at the news though. Apple reported financial results for the fourth quarter of fiscal 2025 Thursday after the close, and they reported fiscal fourth quarter revenue of $102.47 billion. That beat the estimate of $102.17 billion. Tech giant reported fourth quarter earnings of $185 versus the $176 estimate. Apple has a strong history of topping analyst estimates. With Thursday's better than expected results, the company has now beat expectations on the top and bottom lines in 11 straight quarters, according to Benzinga Pro. Total revenue was up 8% year over year, and earnings per share climbed 13% year over year. American sales totaled $44.19 billion in the quarter. Europe sales came in at $28.7 billion. Greater China sales were approximately $14.49 billion, and Japan sales totaled $6.64 billion, with the rest of Asia Pacific being $8.44 billion. Product revenue came in at $73.72 billion, up from $69.96 billion year over year. Services revenue totaled $28.75 billion. That's up from $24.97 billion last year. And a breakdown of some of the products here. The iPhone, $49.02 billion versus the $46.22 last year. Mac 8.73 versus the 7.74 last year. iPad 6.95 versus the 6.95. It's actually 6.952 versus the 6.950 from last year. So hardly a beat there, but still slightly higher. At least it's not lower. And wearables and home accessories, $9.01 billion versus the 9.04 billion. You know, we talked a little bit about wearables recently. To me, it seems that if Apple were able to actually design something better than the watch, I mean, I know the Vision Pro was pretty much a failure, but if they were able to design something better than the watch, this number can go up pretty substantially. We'll see if they come up with some type of glasses that actually compete with the Meta glasses. I'm not too sure. I actually saw a commercial for the Meta glasses yesterday. It was pretty awesome. The big feature that I'm waiting for, I'll say it again, give me some ability to read a green and see what the break is, and also track my golf shots, and I will throw money at those glasses. I don't care what the brand is. Apple noted that its active install base of devices once again reached a new all-time high across product categories and geographic segments. The company attributed the growth to very high levels of customer satisfaction and loyalty. We had a little bit of a discussion yesterday about Apple being, quote, a failing company on Happy Hour. The word failing was used loosely, admittingly, by the people that used it. Really, this stems from the conversation that we've had on this program, too, about the lack of innovation at Apple. I want to caution folks, though, making a case for a lack of innovation, lack of AI, that's totally legitimate and totally understandable. Extrapolating that out to a company failing is entirely irresponsible. Until these types of things change, this paragraph here really kind of notes it here. Once again, they reached a new all-time high across all product categories, and the attributed growth is due to customer satisfaction and loyalty. If this doesn't change, Apple is a good buy. Period. End of story. I don't have price levels for you or time frames for you. All I know is that this company prints money, and as they continue to grow, they've turned a piece of hardware effectively into a service. And guess what? Customers love it. They absolutely love the phone. I'm someone that has a Galaxy phone, and I've been saying for a long time, use Galaxy phones or use Samsung phones, own Apple stock. I'm not the only one. There are several other folks in the chat that do the same thing. But I'm telling you right now, the numbers here are incredible. And unless this changes, this is a long. And this is pretty much the genesis of own it, don't trade it. You want to be like Tenzin and trade around it? Awesome. You can really make a killing doing that. But as far as long-term here, until customer satisfaction and loyalty changes, I'm still bullish on Apple stock. Quote, today, Apple is very proud to report a September quarter record revenue of $102.5 billion, including a September quarter revenue record for iPhone and all-time revenue record for services. That is from Tim Cook, the CEO. In September, we were thrilled to launch our best iPhone lineup ever, including the iPhone 17, iPhone 17 Pro and Pro Max, and the iPhone Air. In addition, we launched the fantastic AirPods Pro 3 and the all-new Apple Watch lineup. When combined with the recently announced MacBook Pro and iPad Pro with the powerhouse M5 chip, we are excited to be sharing our most extraordinary lineup of products as we head into the holiday season. Apple ended the quarter with $35.93 billion in cash and cash equivalents. The company's board declared a quarterly dividend of 26 cents per share payable on November 13th to shareholders of record as of November 10th. Apple executives will further discuss the quarter on an earnings call. They did that. The stock actually really held throughout that entire earnings call. So would love to know what you folks think about the stock. I think I've got a pretty good idea of what you folks think about the products themselves, and I suspect that hasn't changed. However, the stock being separated from that, would love to hear if you think there's a trade here. Maybe we do get that pullback towards the trend line for a pretty decent entry. We'll see. Now, Apple wasn't the only stock to make some noise yesterday with earnings. Let's go back to the charts here to separate the news flow. Here's Amazon. Is Izzy up yet? Probably not, or at least not here, probably dealing with the kid in school. Amazon is up 13.3% here. In fact, what do the options imply on this? Let's see what we got here. Does it say in here? Where is that? Oh, it does. I actually don't have it here. Metatom was 10%. Interesting. I would have thought that I had a prediction here. I'll have to look and see. I don't think I can. Well, in any case, huge beat here for Amazon, up 13%. And you can see what this is doing on the chart. This is a new all-time high here for Amazon as we completely erase the previous all-time high set on February 4th earlier this year. Taking a look at the Q3 highlights here, Amazon reported third quarter net sales of $180.2 billion. That's up 13% year over year. The sales total beat the street consensus of $177.8 billion. That is according to Benzinga Pro. North American sales were 106.3, up 11%. International was 40.9, that's up 14%. And Amazon Web Services was 33. All of those numbers in billions, by the way. That Amazon Web Services up 20% year over year. That was the big driver here, the big growth driver. The company reported third quarter earnings per share of $1.95, which beat the street at $1.57. Operating income for the company was $17.4 billion, which was broken down as follows. North America, $4.8 billion. International 1.2 and AWS 11.4. Just this company is an absolute monster. The operating income was flat from last year's third quarter total of $17.4 billion. The company said the quarterly operating income included two special charges of $2.5 billion and $1.8 billion related to a legal settlement with the Federal Trade Commission and severance cost for planned role eliminations, respectively. Amazon said that without these charges, the operating income total would have been $21.7 billion. Sorry, we had to write some stuff off. We would have done actually a lot better if that was the case. Quote, We continue to see strong momentum and growth across Amazon as AI drives meaningful improvements in every corner of our business, end quote. That was from Amazon CEO Andy Jassy. He went on to say, AWS is growing at a pace we haven't seen since 2022, re-accelerating to 20.2 year-over-year revenue growth. Looks like that Amazon Web Services hiccup, it didn't really hurt, at least not yet, huh? The company highlighted several platforms seeing progress with AI in the quarter. Company also signed new Amazon Web Services agreements with several notable companies in the quarter, showing momentum in cloud services demand. For the company's Prime Video streaming segment, the company highlighted over 70 million viewers globally for the third season of The Summer I Turned Pretty. The company also highlighted strong viewership for its fourth season of Thursday Night Football. I watched it last night. Love Herb Street and Al Michaels on the broadcast, by the way, with an average of 15.3 million viewers, which was up 16% year over year from last season's average. Prime Video also debuted its NBA on Prime coverage in over 200 countries for the 2025-2026 NBA season, with an average audience of 1.25 million viewers in the U.S. for the season opening doubleheader. One more thing that's not mentioned in the article here, Amazon Prime Video also carries Seattle Kraken hockey games. Now, unfortunately, you do have to be in the area, so the numbers aren't going to be that good from just one Seattle hockey team. Hockey, not the hugest driver as it is anyway yet. But it will be worth noting to see if that type of deal expands to other teams. If you're able to get other teams in other sports, as they're trying to do with the NFL and the NBA and the NHL right now, if you're able to get more teams on board for that, those numbers could go up as well. So I still think that there's room to grow here. With all of that being said, Amazon is guiding for fourth quarter net sales to be in a range of 206 to 213 billion. That's up 10 and 13% year over year, respectively. The company expects fourth quarter operating income to be in the range of 21 to 26 billion compared to the 21.2 billion in last year's fourth quarter. Quote, we continue to see strong demand in AI and core infrastructure, and we've been focused on accelerating capacity, adding more than 3.8 gigawatts in the past 12 months. Again, that comes from Andy Jassy. So, grats if anyone had Amazon for the print. We'll see if there's another trade to be made here with Amazon, but if you had it for the earnings print, you're probably having a really good day. That stock is just absolutely getting it done. Absolutely getting it done. All right, next here, let's see. I've got one more story before we get to Mark here. This is going to be our friend Mohammed El-Arian warns that some AI names will, quote, end up in tears, end quote, but supports limited winners in AI's rational bubble. See, I knew I picked the right costume, folks. Going as the AI bubble was the right move. Mohammed El-Arian, the chief economic advisor at Allianz, issued a stark warning on Thursday that investments in some AI-related names will, quote, end up in tears, end quote, even as they categorized the boom as a rational bubble. El-Arian argued that while AI is a major transformational general-purpose technology akin to electricity, the current market frenzy is pulling weaker companies up alongside a limited number of winners. Now, we talk about this all the time. We see some of these smaller junky companies have AI PRs that end up driving the stock price higher. We see this pretty regularly here. What he's talking about is that the long term, a lot of those companies are not going to survive. And I think this just kind of reinforces what we've been saying here on this program. If you're going to trade some of that stuff, definitely want to make that short term unless you've really done some due diligence and think there's a longer glide path here for that company. Looks like a lot of these are probably going to go out of business. Some of them might even get swallowed up and merged with. Quote, it's rational because everybody has an incentive to overinvest in AI because the payoff is so huge, end quote. But you're going to have a relatively limited number of winners, so there's going to be some losers in there. That reminds me of Magic Johnson's quote about the Game 5. Someone's going to win Game 5, and that team will have the advantage going forward. Thanks. That was extremely deep. El-Arian distinguished this from an irrational bubble like the dot-com crash, noting that while AI's impact is real, the first phase of major innovation always involves overinvestment. He also highlighted 4 major risks the U.S. is, quote, not handling well, end quote. The lack of diffusion policy to spread productivity, the threat of bad actors, the eventual handling of said bubble, and the focus on labor displacement versus labor enhancement. He warned that if displacement remains the focus, public support for AI could evaporate. Now, I don't think that's the case. I think the answer lies somewhere in the middle. There's definitely going to be some I hate to say it, but some remedial jobs that are replaced by AI. That's going to create new jobs for those that can manipulate AI. And there's going to be a gigantic cohort of people whose jobs and productivity are increased by AI. I actually think that this job shedding is going to take longer than we anticipate too. I don't think we're just going to wake up one day and everything's going to be different. I suspect that's not the case. Anyway, we'll see how it plays out there. Other bears like GQG Partners have called the market .com on steroids. And Bank of England has cited an AI valuation bubble as a key global risk. Conversely, JP Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon has dismissed bubble talk, comparing AI to the internet's dawn, while Goldman Sachs argues high valuations are supported by strong fundamentals. All right, we're going to have a lot of stuff to do here today, but before we do that, let's check in with our resident CMT, Mark Petrino. Let's go ahead and bring him on. Wow. All right, Mark, I'm sorry about that. First of all, it's awesome that you have a customized intro, but it's so short that I don't have enough time to add you after I play it. So sorry about that. Happy Halloween, boss. Do you have a costume on?
Do I what? I'm sorry?
Yeah.
Do I have a costume on? Yeah, I'm dressed like a 57-year-old overweight deadhead. How
Okay.
about that?
Well, there you go. There you go. I went as the AI bubble. I'm not sure if you saw it. Unfortunately, I had to take it off because it's not comfortable. But
well, I just heard a couple really interesting points, and one thing I want to say is, like, when new industries come out, there's usually massive amounts of consolidation. Like, for example, when automobiles were first a viable product, I think at one point in the United States there was 200 car makers, and then within 10 or 15 years there was the big three. So yeah, and then just to talk about the bubble, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. I'm not a psychic, but when people are still bearish and still skittish, the market tends to climb. There's an old saying, the market climbs a wall of worry. And there's actually something to that. If people are worried and people are skittish and people think this is a bubble, they're not going to be fully invested. There's going to be money on the sidelines. It's when you start getting to hear people say, this time it's different, or AI has changed the way markets work and blah, 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 because it really doesn't matter what the future prospects are of a company or an industry. If everyone who wants to buy them does so, the market just runs out of buyers. And at that point, the only way it can go is down, right? So, we have to remember the market is ultimately supply and demand. And if everyone who wants to buy, like if you're out at dinner and your waiter starts giving you stock tips, that shows you that the people that typically don't buy stocks, like waiters or shoe shine boys, going back to the Joe Kennedy story, they're the last in the food chain. They're the last in line. So there's no one after them to push the price higher. So I think, I was looking at Costco for a potential buy here.
do you want to share your charts?
Yeah, sure.
Let's do it. Yeah, waiters and Uber drivers seem to be the new tell if we, if all of the buyers have started.
Well, I remember the internet bubble very, very well, because that's when I first started trading as a professional. And yeah, that's what it was like. You would go out to dinner and the waiter would talk about it, but you heard a lot of the same stuff you hear now. It's like these people seem to have, I don't want to say short-term memories because it was 20 years ago, but some of these same people back then were saying, oh, like the internet's so revolutionary, blah, 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 which it is, obviously. But, now they're like, well, a lot of those companies didn't make money and so forth. So like Mark Twain says, history doesn't repeat, but it rhymes. You know what I mean? So think about, I know this AI stuff is revolutionary and blah, 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 but think of how it must have been when people first got electricity, or when people first got cars, or the rate. Imagine being in the 1890s or whenever it was, I don't know, and hearing the radio for the first time, or you're listening to a guy who's speaking and he's 100 miles away from you. That, that stuff was pretty revolutionary too. So
And there's an old adage that the physicists used to say, if Einstein saw a television, he would call it witchcraft because it's just so incredible and so much different from everything that they're used to.
yeah, when locomotives and railroads first started coming over here in the 1840s or so, there were scientists that said a human person cannot go more than 20 miles an hour or else they'll die. So there were people that were literally afraid to get on trains because they thought that they would die if they went 30 miles an hour.
You know what's hilarious about that, Mark, is that entire thought process has existed and continues to exist. Reminds me of a story back at the Skunk Works when Kelly Johnson was running some of the experimental aircraft program for the U.S. government. When the XIII plane, which was the first plane to break the sound barrier, when they were actually designing this and going through this, there were a number of scientists that said, hey, this might actually be a barrier. Like we might actually not be able to go faster than this. And it's great because the people at Lockheed, they listened politely to the scientists and the experts, and then they just proceeded anyway. And of course, Chuck Yeager broke the sound barrier, and here we are. So that entire thing about, well, we're not really sure, that has been going on for a long time. I don't think that's going to end. We've got one more to do. If we ever figure out faster than light travel, you're going to see the exact same thing again.
Well, there are a lot of UFOs around lately. We know that's true. The government even said it. So
Yep.
Anyway, I think if the aliens invade and they don't take us over, it'll probably be good for the market.
Buy stocks. Let's go.
All right. So anyway, so there's been, I'm starting to see some kind of similar action that went on back in the end of 21, the very, very end of December, right before the market started selling off. So I don't think we're there yet. But like one of the things I want to show you is if we look at the S&P, this is a market capitalization weighted index. So the big guys, Nvidia, Apple, Microsoft, they're together about 20% of this. And this is 500 stocks. So 3 stocks make up 20% of this 500 stock index. So obviously, we had a little bit of a sell-off yesterday, but we're coming back a little bit this morning. Now, this is an ETF of the S&P 500 that shows you the equal weighting of the S&P 500. In other words, the smallest company has the same amount of influence as Nvidia does. And as you can see, this has been going down. So basically what this tells us is most stocks in the market have been going down. So a lot of times when we start to get towards the top, it's like a flight to safety. People start selling other things and they say, hey, what's safe? What's going to work? Oh, Nvidia, Microsoft, Apple. So just something to point out there. And then the sentiment numbers came out. We had a pretty big shift to, we're not really at an extreme yet, but an 8-point jump in 1 month, in 1 week. That's a pretty big jump and a drop off. So remember, this is kind of what I alluded to before. If people are excessively bullish, it's actually bad for the market because everyone who wants to invest does so, and they run out of funds, and then a market with no buyers can only go down. So we're still in, people are still pessimistic territory. Anyway, I guess the bottom line is, though, you have to just kind of come up with your trading plan and stick with it and try to ignore the noise as much as you can. But technology here is extended to the upside. Now, a lot of times when money comes out of tech, it goes into consumer staples and vice versa, which is what brings me to talk about Costco. So if we look at the consumer staples, look at how it's been getting pulverized, right? So there's tech and there's consumer staples.
Yep.
So
literally opposite directions.
Yeah. So I think if we start to see a sell-off in tech, and we probably will, I don't mean a big sell, but just some kind of profit taking, the money will probably come in here. So then for trading ideas, we can go look at stocks that are within the consumer staple sector. And Ryan's favorite stock, or favorite store at least, Costco. This is the type of stuff that I like, right? We're oversold a little bit. We're at a support level. A lot of times when things get to support, they rally. And that happens because the buyers start to get anxious or impatient. The buyers start to sense that new buyers are coming into the market because the stock has stopped going down. A support level is a level or a range or a price where there's a lot of buy interest. Now, sometimes some of these buyers start to worry that they're going to miss out. They know the sellers are going to go to whoever is willing to pay the highest price. So someone might say, I was bid at 910, I'm going to go to 911. Someone else says that guy went to 911, I'm going to 912, and so forth and so on. So this looks pretty interesting as a reversal play here potentially.
And, just kind of along the same theme, we had talked recently about things like Campbell's Soup, Tyson Foods, Conagra Brands. All of these can kind of fit the same thing and might make for some good trades. The other thing is they're really beaten down this year. So perhaps what we're doing is we're taking advantage of low prices due to tax loss harvesting. As people sell
Yeah,
their losers at the end of the year here, look at the bottom that this is making here on CPB, excuse me.
yeah, Camel Soup. Yeah, look at that. Wow, I haven't looked at the stock in a long time, but that looks like a
There you go.
pretty well defined price level to me. So what happens here is that you get people who, for whatever reason, sell down here, and then when the stock blasts off, a lot of them regret selling, and they say, if this ever drops back to my price and I could buy my shares back at the same price I sold them at, I'm going to. So when we return to the level that had been support before, if you have enough of these remorseful sellers from here placing buy orders over here, the level that was support can become support again. So it's really important to understand that how much a role of psychology plays in these movements in the short term. A lot of people say to me, "Oh, why is XYZ going down? They have great numbers." Well, in the short term, the market really doesn't care. Most trading, probably 60 or 70 or even more, uh, but most percentage of trading, like maybe 80%, is just people that are just trading. It's high frequency trading, it's day trading, it's a swing trading. There's very few people in the actual market, believe it or not, that are going in there, I mean, relatively speaking, to buy something for a long-term buy and hold,
Mhm.
or they're selling a position they're getting out of. So I'm talking more about the institutional world than the retail world. But anyway, yeah, so that's pretty interesting. Look at that. Camel Soup. Who would have thought?
Tyson Foods, TSN,
Yeah,
Conagra
listen,
Brands,
listen.
CAG would be the other two. And then looks like we also have a request here for Navitas Semiconductors. So we'll do that here in a little bit too.
All right. Tyson Foods. Yeah, I mean this one to me is looking pretty weak, right? It looks like we just broke that support. So a lot of times when you break support, you get these kind of rapid moves lower, and that happens because support is this large group of buyers, and if you get below that, it kind of you can infer or assume that the people who created the support have left the market. They've either canceled or finished their orders. So whenever you take this large amount of demand out of the market, it sets the stage for it to go down, because when new sellers come in, they're going to have a hard time finding buyers, and they're going to have to push the price down and offer their shares at a discount to get people interested. So that looks pretty interesting. What was the other one? Conagra?
Conagra Brands, CAG.
Yeah, this one looks like it's kind of pretty weak here as well.
Yep.
Same kind of deal here. Broke support.
And so I'm almost wondering if these are just getting sold, like I was saying, for tax loss harvesting to the end of the year here. I wonder if maybe next year these might be good buys.
I mean, it would make sense considering that it's down so much this year. Yeah. So I saw some interesting action over in, believe it or not, in the real estate sector. And I think this would be a place to maybe look for some potential trading ideas.
Okay.
So, so look at how precise these price levels are here. This is XLRE, the real estate sector. So this is a very small part of the market, but you can still find trading ideas there. And a lot of this stuff is actually related to the big data and the AI stuff. It's a lot of the towers companies, right? American Tower.
Mm-hmm.
This one looks like it's getting pretty rocked as well.
I almost think 170 looks like the spot there, especially if that weakness maintains. Looks like you got what? That's from January, February, that 170 low.
Yeah. I mean, if it gets there at this rate, it'll be pretty oversold. And oversold stocks that get to support, they tend to bounce. So real simple thing there. A lot of people overthink all this trading, in my opinion, but We just got to remember this is about supply and demand and psychology. This is not a chess game or a math puzzle. A lot of people think it is, but I think it's better to look at it as more of a poker game because you need strategy, you need risk management, but you also need to manage your emotions. And that's ultimately what trading comes down to.
Yes.
And I don't want to sound like some kind of corny, self-help guru or whatever, but like trading really isn't about the market. It's really about yourself and having the self-discipline to stick to your rules and not make dumb decisions. And it's not easy because as humans, we haven't evolved in a way that's conducive for managing money because we get emotional and so forth and so on. So, you can even see it in the market's emotions. Like, why would a level that was resistance become a support level? And this is because of seller's remorse, just like we saw at the bottom. People sell, and when the price goes higher, a lot of them are like, damn, I shouldn't have sold. If I could buy my shares back at the same price I sold them at, I'm going to. So it's not earnings or EBITDAs or future margins that make resistance become support or make support stay support. This is all due to just investor and trader psychology. Even up here, you can see at the top. So this is buyer's remorse. This is people buy at the peak, and as soon as they're done buying, it goes down, and they say, "Man, if I could ever get out of this thing at break even, I'm going to." So finally get back there. Remorseful buyers from here placing sell orders makes there be resistance at a level that was resistance before. There's an old saying in the market, right? Sell at former peaks. And this is what it alludes to. A lot of times when you get to a former peak, you roll over and head lower. And this is the mirror image from the bottom. This is the sellers getting anxious.
Mm-hmm.
They know the buyers are going to go to whoever's willing to sell at the lowest price. So someone might be offering at 232, and then the next person's like, oh, I don't want to miss this. I'm going to 231, and so on and so on and so on. And you get that snowball effect.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So, all right. So any requests?
Yeah, really quickly here. Very technical question here for you, though, from Marty. Is it okay to cry when a stock goes down?
I guess so. As long as your friends don't see you.
Yeah, I was going to say, day trader, I like this answer. No crying in the casino. Indeed.
Yeah,
Right.
we want to shy away from words like, hope, luck.
Yeah.
I mean, it's easy to hope stocks go up, but, you should really be like, I think stocks are going to go up. Here's why. But
all right, let's take a look at Navitas, NVTS. We had a question earlier. When is this going to break out? Maybe the charts will tell you that.
Ooh, look at that. Well, where are we this morning? 1309. Yeah, so this is another example of where we find support at a former support level. And you can see this morning we're trading up to about 1309, which is here. Now, just from a short-term trading point of view, if I was thinking about trading this, right? So we're right here, let's say 1310 or so. And now I know this is getting kind of close and nitpicky, but sometimes with these really shorter term trading, you want to pay attention to where the recent opens and closes were, because most volume trades there. So there's typically support or resistance there. So there's probably going to be a little resistance right down here, wherever this opening price was here, 1318. So I don't know, say 1315, 1320. So if I was going to trade this, I would probably wait to see if we got back above this level and then into there. That's where I would probably be thinking about buying. In general, there's two places where you want to buy something. Just above support, because a lot of times when things get to support, they reverse and move higher, or just above resistance, because if the resistance is broken, it could be a breakout, and it's the mirror image of the breakdown. If you get above resistance, you can infer that the sellers who created the resistance are gone. So anytime you take supply out of a market, sets the stage for a move higher, because if new buyers come in, they're going to have to really jack up the price to get the sellers interested.
It does look like it held 1250 pretty good here. 12. I know you have it marked off as 1256. It looks like, but looks pretty good. I mean, to me, as far as a trade goes here, if I'm long biased, I'm looking for it to hold 1256. I think that's my stop.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah, I just if that, especially for a short-term trade. Okay, and the other thing here about Navitas that we wanted to talk about, that definitely has some high short interest. So this stock here, you can see 29.22% of the float short. Only 1 day to cover because it's trades with a lot of volume, but high short interest on it that might attribute to some of this move that we're getting.
Did you see?
Go
Did we
ahead.
talk about Beyond Meat? Or
dude, yeah. I mean, and we can always talk about this. There are still people talking about this. There's someone here that has a $94 price target on the stock.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, some of my students and maybe myself bought some puts on this when they were deep out of the money at 350, and and I'm still in them. And well, I guess I'll probably close out today because this is my target. But a lot of times when you get these short squeezes, man, these things can reverse and they end up right back where they started. It's really amazing. So one of the strategies that I've used recently, which has been pretty successful, is I look for these things like Beyond Meat is a perfect example. Of course, they don't all go this well. But when you get into these short squeezes, see that we got to the former resistance level too. I mean, these things can skyrocket. But a lot of times when the short squeeze ends, they just collapse and they come right back to where they started. That happened with Sunrun and a bunch of the solar guys. So the idea is if you can find a heavily shorted stock and you can screen for them on BZ Pro, anything maybe with a short interest of 20% or more is possible to go into one of these squeezes. So you'll just look for one of these high shorted stocks that's gone parabolic, and then you just try to catch it on the way down. Like this is one here. This didn't unwind too quickly, but it still did. But if we look back here and Plug Power, this is what short squeezes look like. It opened up there, and then this is 1 day. By the end of the day, that completely collapsed. Or here, right? So it's an interesting strategy, and yeah, I guess it works until it doesn't, like anything, right?
Yeah, no question about it. All right, I do have another chart here if you're up for it. How about Boeing, ticker BA?
This is actually a pretty amazing stock here that I like to just point out about how ridiculous the markets can be sometimes. So the very low trade back here before we had this gap down was at 243. So that's in January of 24. So here we were a year and a half later, and look at where we hit resistance. Now there's people who bought here who've been underwater ever since, and they're finally like, oh, I can finally get out of this thing at break even. So they place sell orders there. So we're talking about, a 40-cent difference on a $240 stock 18 months apart or 18 months later. But now if I look at Boeing, I mean, the obvious thing here, I guess, would be to look at this bottom. And now it's oversold. If you look at the RSI, right, it's important to remember the way these things are calculated. The RSI is showing that it's oversold, but it's not showing how extremely it's oversold. The reason why is because this is just counting from time period A to time period B. It doesn't factor in what happened in between. So if we go back 14 time periods, we're somewhere around here, which means that the RSI thinks that we went like that. So if a stock is at 10 and then it goes to 1,000 and then it crashes and it's back at 10, 14 time periods later, to the RSI, that would be neutral, even though it's extremely oversold. So it's just something to think about, one of the nuances of some of these indicators. But yeah, I mean, actually, let's go look at the industrial sector, because maybe if the market turns or if the tech sector turns, my money might come into industrials. So this is the industrial sector. I don't see too much going on there. But yeah, so Boeing, I think the way I would think about this is that you don't try to catch the exact bottom, because it's impossible. There's an old saying on Wall Street, right? The only people who can catch the bottoms and tops are liars. So you just kind of want to wait for it to reverse, and then you kind of jump in and catch it on the way up, and just assume you're not going to get the exact bottom. So you don't need to birdie every hole. Like sometimes having a par for me is so awesome.
I was going to say, I'm thrilled with par. I'm normally hitting bogeys and doubles. So
yeah, man. I had this, I believe it or not, I played 9 holes earlier this year. I had 2 birdies in the same round. And the only reason why I did was because we had this great caddy that just gave me the great, both of them were par 3s. Actually, no, one was a par 4, one was a par 3, one was a par 4. But yeah, it wasn't for the caddy, man. I would have probably putted the ball off the green.
Yeah, caddies that know, they know. It's funny too. I played in a charity tournament earlier this year in Arkansas that was a scramble. And on the first hole, I had a personal bird. So off the tee, I was like 289 off the tee. And then the next shot was a 6-iron that I just parked next to the hole. Must have been 3 feet. And then, of course, I made the tap-in bird. And I looked at my group and I was like, yeah, guys, message sent. We're winning this. We're winning this. And starting on hole 2, it fell apart. So that's just how it goes sometimes. That's just golf.
Yeah. Yeah. Having a good caddy, man, it just makes such a difference. Like I play over at Wingfoot sometimes, and the caddies there, you're talking about people that are literally professional caddies.
Yeah.
Caddy there in the summer, and then like in the winter, they go down south or whatever. These guys are like 2 handicaps. One time I was playing with this kid who was a caddy. He was on the Colgate golf team. He was a +3, not even a 3. He was a +3, not a handicap of 3. So, it's like playing with a great teacher. An 18-hole lesson with an amazing teacher.
Yeah,
but
that was helpful. I got one
awesome.
more.
Yeah, I'll take a couple more. I have a meeting at 9, but I got a couple more minutes.
Okay, NBIS, November Bravo India Sierra. Bravo, NBIS.
Oh, sorry.
You're good.
Yes, I'm going to the eye doctor tomorrow.
Hope it goes well.
All right. Now, if I look at something like this, I don't really see much here. I will say it's, kind of right. I'll put in a new line here. It's kind of trading right on this recent high here. So like short term, if I was going to trade this, I'd probably wait for it to get a little bit higher, maybe around 128 or so, because if it gets there, then you kind of can assume that the sellers from here are out of the way. And then just for a trading target, maybe I would go with this former top. So one thing would be, breaking through a former top, and then the target would be this former top. And then if we broke through that, then I would just think about jumping back in.
Okay. And NBIS, obviously part of the whole AI craze there.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. Was there another one here? Gilead. This is one we haven't looked at. Ari Stock Market. Good call. GILD. And Janichik says, never had a caddy. I, too, have never taken a caddy. But I had my dad. So fun telling me which club for a girl. I use men's clubs. Interesting. Interesting. At least you're out there playing. At least you're out there playing. I bet playing with your father is probably awesome. All right, let's take a look at Gilead here. They actually just reported earnings.
All right, so Gilead, now there might be something to do here. Now, this is what I mentioned before. If we look at the RSI, it's showing us that we're kind of neutral, but we're counting from where we are back to here. Let's just say we change the setting to 7, just so you can see how it makes it look different. And here you're going to see, well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, I guess because it's comparing here. Well, anyway, this looks a little bit oversold to me, and it's trading right on this blue line, which is the support here. So sometimes when a company reports and the stock makes a big move, we have to think about the way Wall Street works, right? So the traders, like what I used to do, they're all in at like 7 in the morning. They're all in early, but the analysts don't come in until like 8 or 8:30. So by the time they have their research meeting at 8:30 or 9, and they go through the numbers and they say, you know what, this news is bad, but it's not as bad as people think. If this is an overreaction, let's go buy it. At that point, it's usually about 10:30 or 11 in the morning. So if you start to see it rally around that time, there's a good chance there's some follow through into the close. Conversely, if they sit around the table and they say, you know what, these numbers really aren't good. As a matter of fact, I think they're even worse than they seem. Let's go sell. Then you're going to see it either head lower or maybe go sideways. So look for that move somewhere around the mid-morning.
Okay. All right. That's really good info. One more real quick here, Meta. And that'll be it.
All right.
That's hilarious. You can still type in FB.
Oh yeah, I'm not. Yeah, and
that's I've never seen that before. That's hilarious.
Facebook will always be Facebook to me because I don't like Mark Zuckerberg. So anything that he does, I'm just going to take the other side of. So
okay.
Just a little FYI there.
Got it. There you go.
666. Like I said, it's that Zuckerberg. Got to be careful of that guy.
669.21 is what I got in the pre-market at the moment.
Yeah, but look at where it closed. It's like one of my favorite Iron Maiden songs. All right, yeah. So notice how here we found some support right around the 660 level. So this is people that are selling here, going to buy back over here. And notice where bottoms can be more choppy than tops, because bottoms come from selling, which is fear. Tops are from hope, which is much less of a powerful emotion. But look at where we were to literally in a point where the resistance was, the level that was support here. So now we have a potential range developing here where what had been resistance will become the bottom of the range, and what had been support will become the top of the range. The levels will shift from resistance to support and vice versa.
Okay. All right, Mark, great job as always.
All right, everybody. Well, we have a happy Halloween and all that stuff. To me, it's really probably just a regular Friday night, but that's okay.
I feel you. I'm with you on that, and I don't really eat much candy anymore, so that's just kind of what I do. I am going to go out to dinner, have some Indian food here. Mark, happy Halloween. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. We'll follow up with you next week, right?
Okay, cool. Yeah. All right. We'll see you all next Friday. Thanks.
All right. Take care. That is Mark Petrino. Be sure to follow him on his Substack. Lots of really good stuff there. And just got word from Anne Marie here. Mark looked at some really good stocks. We might follow that up in the options segment coming up here today. So stay tuned for that. If you are interested in any of those stocks and you want option trades off of them, we should be able to do that later on. All right. Now, Mark's departure leaves room for 13. Let's go ahead and bring him on and see how he's doing. 13, how you doing? Oh, my God. What do we have here?
I heard I was supposed to put a costume on, so I just grabbed what my wife and kid have been working on for his costume, and just threw that on real fast.
Okay, well, it looks awesome. What is it?
I have no idea what it's supposed to be, but it's got a crown, and it's got a mask.
I love it. I love it.
That thing hurts my nose.
So did you see my AI bubble costume?
No, I didn't.
Okay, so I'll maybe at some point during the show here, I'll throw it back on. The reason I don't have it on is because it's very difficult to breathe with it on. So that's just part of the game, but good stuff. Appreciate you dressing up for Halloween. Happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween, everybody. I did my magic trick. All right, let's get back to the real magic.
Okay. Awesome. Chat loves it. Guys, do me a huge favor here. Smash up the like for 13 putting on a costume here. We're having some fun on a Halloween here. We really appreciate those likes. Let's exploit that algorithm. All right, 13. You want to start off with some of the movers here?
Let's do it.
All right. First one is going to be Getty. This is ticker GETY. Getty Images Holdings. Stock was about $2 yesterday. Big pop here today, taking us actually up to about 373. Getty Images shares are trading higher after the company announced a multi-year licensing agreement with Perplexity AI to display Getty images across Perplexity's search and discovery tools. I am unsurprised to see the stock's reaction after a PR there with Perplexity. I think this is actually a good tradable catalyst for us today, meaning I think that the stock could be in play today. I don't necessarily think that it's just going to give everything back and then be in the graveyard for the rest of the day. Nice little impulse move here. Pull back to the VWAP. We ramped off the VWAP with the expanding volume. This is the wash, rinse, repeat formation that we often try to find and identify here on this show. It is pulling back now, but that's great news. 330 is the VWAP. Let's see if that holds. Quick look around the horn on this stock. 31.68% of the float shorted with 13.36 days to cover. We got short squeeze potential here with the AI catalyst backing it. Yep, this could definitely go higher here. And remember, we were just talking with Mark. Mark said pretty much anything above 20% represents squeeze territory. This coming in at 31.68%. Now that 13.36 days to cover comes on a 100-day average volume of 666,000 shares. Today we've traded 53.7 million, and the float is 32.17 million. So a little bit thicker than some of the other stocks that we trade, but a pretty good catalyst, pretty high short interest. 13. What say you?
Yeah, so we are trying to continue to climb here in the pre-market after we just got some support down at the VWAP. MACD is still indicating that this could roll over. So what I've done is I've drawn the trend line on the top side there.
Got it.
See if we are going to come back up here, if we can get through that resistance area. Company does have plenty of cash. It does, burn through it at the rate of about 30. Last quarter was over 100 million. This quarter is 35. But they've got 110 million on the balance sheet. So I don't think that there is any real immediate concern of them raising capital soon, even though with this cash burn rate, they're going to have to at some point. But they have a little less than a year based off of last quarter cash burn to go. So they have some cash. Not that concerned about them raising capital, but eventually they could still do it. So back to the chart real quick. Just need to see that VWAP hold up. That's the next thing that has to happen. We have some resistance coming up at 350, but we want to move through that and try to test this trend line again. So I need to see that volume expansion. I'm just a little concerned we're not going to get that going into the open based on the way that the MACD is looking at the moment.
Okay, real quick here, Kamal mentioning that the float is 112 million. What do you have in your broker for Getty?
For my VWAP?
No, for the float.
I'm sorry, the float. 112 actually.
112. Okay, so that's very similar to what that's exactly what Kamal said. Pulling know the float here. Finviz has it at 187. Wall Street Journal has it at 187. Yahoo has it at 83, and Morningstar has it at the value that I read earlier. I think that was what 31. 32, so it looks like we're 32. So it looks like we're getting some pretty wide-ranging float measures there. But I think the key takeaway here is that it's not one of the low floats. It's still going to be higher than what we're accustomed to. So we might not have that huge pop and run. It might just be a little bit more muted. So okay, next year's it's back. HKD. You remember this? HKD is back. AMTD Digital. Shares are trading higher after the company reported a 1,085.9% year-over-year increase in revenue to 73.2 million for the 6 months ended in April 30th. Now, key thing to keep in mind here, this is a Chinese stock, right? Yep. Derives its revenue from Hong Kong and Singapore. So, is this news good? Well, you tell me if you trust the news. I certainly do not. Now, what I will say here is I do trust the chart and I do trust the technicals. So I know that we're popping here a little bit. Looks like we stopped right at 280. I've got the VWAP at 241. We're losing it right now and pulling. We've seen HKD just go absolutely ham in the past.
August 22.
Let me scroll back to that. I don't have data for that, but thank you. It was August 22. We've actually seen some other pops that weren't as crazy. Just take note, folks. The stock loves to come back in after it pops. I don't think anything's going to be different this time, so factor that in. Short interest here is pretty negligible. 0.58% of the float shorted with 4.87 days to cover. Comes on an average 100-day volume of 305,000 shares. Today we've done 5.8 million. And float here is 197 million. So what do you think, 13 HKD?
Well, if you believe their income statements, they are profitable. They have, looks like 28.5 million on their balance sheet. I'm assuming that's RMB or whatever other currency denomination they're using over there. Because as you said, this is a Chinese company, right?
Yep.
So would imagine that that's what they're referring to in this here. I don't think this is in dollars. As far as the chart goes, I mean, we just got started. I didn't have time I didn't even look at this one because we just started getting this move. So let me just look and see if I can find any levels that we can draw upon, because I don't think that there's a whole lot that we can use, because this is just kind of like an out of the nowhere pop up, right? Well, let's see here. Let's see what we've got on the daily chart.
So this, I'm looking in the PR here. They are specifying that this is in US dollars.
Oh, wow. Okay.
6.2 million US dollars to 73.2 million. They also say at the top of the PR here, increase in revenue, as I already reported. Total assets amounted to 899.1 million or 717 a share. and net assets amount to $548 million US dollars, or $434 a share. So clearly they're trying to give you, they're trying to get the stock up here, right? The headline sounds pumpy. They're giving you other figures about, oh, just look at these numbers. This is what the stock should be worth. That's what's going on here.
So we're coming up to a resistance area at looks like 255. This is going to be back from last year, September through the beginning of this year in February. We had this 255 area B support, and then we lost it at the beginning of March, and there was an attempt to recapture it in May. That drove the stock price up to 344, and then it came right back in that same day, traded lower the very next day. So I'd be looking at this 255 area as a major support area where the supply zone begins. We might be able to get through that, but this 330, 325, 330 area, this looks like this has been a frequent area of resistance ever since the price lost that 330, looks like 340 level back on November of last year. And it just sent us into that, back down into that sideways area that where the support is at 255. So that's what I think I'd be looking at as the next two levels, 255, 330 for resistance.
Okay. All right. Awesome. Really quick here. Metoshi saying, I got my Wall Street bubble costume. Okay, so that sounds similar to mine. How about this, folks? If any of you have a costume, why don't you tweet us? Producer, where should they tweet? Should they tweet the Benzinga Pro Twitter? Should they tweet the Benzinga Twitter? If you tweet us, I can probably share that on the screen here, and we can actually take a look at some other folks' costumes. Producer, let me know. Figure it out and which one makes the most amount of sense. And then if you could create some assets or stuff to put on the screen, I guess we'll just do it this way. At Benzinga or at Benzinga Pro or both on X would be the way to do it. Yeah, do that and we'll let you know. Producer, keep an eye on that for me so I can keep my eye on the stock market. That would be cool. I want to see some of these other bubble costumes as well. Okay, next one here on the list is going to be MSAI. This actually had a move yesterday and looks like it has some continuation here today. What's up?
I said, yep, this is a blast from yesterday.
And looks like the day before, although the day before was kind of rough. MSAI here looks like $2 is the upside resistance on this. Did we have news on this one?
Yep.
Okay. Infrared Camera Holdings, this was after hours yesterday, secures a secured $2.85 million in a private placement. So awesome. So more cash to the balance sheet, no dilution there. Stock is trading higher here by about 38%. Take a look at the short interest on this. 0.48% of the float is shorted with 1 day to cover. Comes on an average 100-day volume of 5.556 million. Today we traded 32.67 million. Float's 21.7. What do you think here on MSAI?
It looks like this morning it's been having a real hard time trying to get into that $2 handle. There's been multiple attempts trying to get up there, starting with the very opening print with the pre-market at 10 minutes. It ran all the way up to just shy of $2. Came back in underneath the VWAP. Second attempt, almost up to $2. Same thing, came back in. Yep. We did get a break over on the next attempt after that to 204, but that was still met with sellers, as was the attempt after that. So to me, it looks like $2 as a real serious wall of sellers. So if we trail into the open, right like we're doing right now, where we just rebounded off the 65 EMA and recaptured VWAP, I would be looking for another attempt out of the gate to take out $2. I just don't know if we're going to get through it or not, but with the market being in the regular session, we might have a better chance of getting through that, since I think we'll have a lot more volume at that stage right out of the open. So that would be something I'd be watching for with MSAI. Is that opening bell going to give us the volume that we need to take out $2?
Okay. All right. Really good stuff. All right. The next one here is CTM. First of all, let me just ask you, do you have any movers on your list that you follow? Because this does actually look a little light to me.
We're covering them, unfortunately.
No, these are all of them. So CTM, the last one here.
Yeah, because everything else was either a penny stock or it was like trading, on really low volume. So
yeah, okay.
I was looking at some of these other 90% or 70% movers, and it only had like several thousand shares in volume. So I was like, okay.
That's
not one.
So I think what we'll do is we'll probably roll through some of these earnings from yesterday and last night when we finish this. But let's do CTM here. This is Castellum. This stock was a penny stock. Oh, no, I beg your pardon. It was $1.03 at the close yesterday. Looks like it traded as high as 162. Specialty is Castellum Specialty Systems bag 66.2 million full and open 5-year contract for logistics, engineering, and cyber support services needed in support of a crazy letter department there. Anyway, 68.2 million, right? 66.2 million full and open contract to its SSI subsidiary. So pretty good news here. Stock's up 30%. Quick look at the short interest on this. 4.09% of the float shorted with 1.19 days to cover. Average volume 2.42 million. Today we've done 50 million. Float 75.5 million. What do you think here, CTM?
This company doesn't look like it's having too many problems. It's on the verge of being profitable. It has a decent amount of cash, 14.7 million, and they just lost about 350,000 last quarter from their report. So, and they report in 12 days. So maybe they've turned things around. Good to see that they're getting these contracts. So I'm not really concerned about their cash position for the moment. Not going to say they couldn't do a capital raise, but I don't think that's likely right now. As far as the chart goes, we are trading beneath VWAP. I don't know, it might be different the VWAP than you have. Mine's at 136, on the verge of being 137. We did get some support from the 127 area, it looks like. And if we come back down in that area, we're going to be meeting the 65 EMA. So even if we are going to get a little bit weaker towards the open and retest at 65 EMA, I would really want to see that area provide the support and turn us around, because we are kind of set up to move higher with some better volume. We just need to get that, see that support kick in, or see that recapture of VWAP happen. One of those two things are going to happen soon. I don't think we're going to get above VWAP before we get to the open. It seems to me like we could end up trailing back down towards the 65 EMA first. If we do that, I think we could potentially bounce, but that's just what I'm seeing right now. Momentum is still trying to swing back up. So I feel like there's maybe a little bit more time that this needs to put in a bottom. We'll see though. Those are the two areas I'd be looking for: 65 EMA and recapture the VWAP. Okay,
and my VWAP 142, so it's really not that far away from the one that you had there. So okay, really good stuff. I'm gonna flip. No other movers, right?
Nothing that I covered, no.
Yeah, okay. ARDX, this is trading higher after the company reported better than expected Q3 sales results. That was yesterday in the after hours. It did go higher here today, so maybe watch a break above the 627. Pre-market high here looks like 650-ish, 648, your actual high print there. So this is our Delix. We'll see if this rolls higher, but that one also trading up a little bit. And then this one here, DFSC, DefSec, this popped and has already retraced a lot of the moves. So this is less of a tradable formation for me. Generally, these things end up dying out. DefSec Technologies reports a 394. Thank you, producer, for taking that away while I was reading it. That was spectacular. Reports a 394% increase in government defense billings and advances tactical innovations. So that's the news that's going on here. That was from Wednesday. It popped a little bit here this morning, but I don't know if I trust it.
I don't think take DFSC off your radar, but I don't know how great of a trade it's going to be. It's just that it's kind of holding its 200 EMA right now. So just kind of put that out there. Let's see what it does at the open. It's got good number of levels to recapture, including a trend line that has to break, but it is getting support down here at the 200 EMA. I'm just saying, don't take this off your radar. It might provide a trade later on.
Okay, really good stuff. Let's pop over to the bigger chart tool. We're going to start with Netflix. You know what? I will start with Meta since I already have it on here. Right. This is we talked about this with Mark Petrino here a little bit this morning. Big note here is that Meta really sold off from earnings. I think the big concern was how much they're going to be spending on CapEx. The thing here is that we broke beneath the 200, and we seem to be trying to ride this trend. 13, I think that you helped me with this trend line. Yeah, so this is the February top through some of the support areas. Now it looks like we're kind of back testing this area. Same deal that we were watching for on Netflix, a potential recapture of the 200. This is one of the things that we'd be looking for here on the chart. The 200 days at 678.65, so we're 8 points beneath that. We are above the trend line, though, just barely. And we're at about 31 here on the RSI. So not quite over. So maybe we pull a little bit more today. I'm watching this for a recapture here. I know that there are a lot of people really kind of bullish on Meta. Talks about leap calls on this. So that's pretty much where we're at here. Did you have anything else on this chart before I move to Netflix?
Well, the candle from yesterday, that's more of a neutral candle. It could indicate one of two things. It's either going to be a reversal or a continuation. So we'll likely get indication of what it's going to end up being today. But if it is a reversal, then we are going to want to see that 200-day SMA get recaptured and closed above. And this 679 level, this has been a pretty interesting support area before, back in June when we broke above it. Back tested it a couple weeks later as support before that launched us higher into 700. So going to be, I think that 679 area, 680, really important level to get back over. That's what I would be wanting to see with Meta if I'm bullish.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. We'll see if we get that here today. Let me know if you like this. Raj says he likes Meta here, so we'll see. All right, Netflix. Now, this had news here. It wasn't earnings news this time. Netflix announcing that it will do a 10-to-1 stock split here. 10-to-1 stock split. So 13, I know we have some mixed feelings on this, frankly, especially after our discussion of how Chipotle's split really seemed to mark the top for that stock. The big deal here for Netflix is that the past several days, we actually have been trying to recapture the 200. And we've been unable to. And actually, if you look a little bit closer here, it looks like yesterday, the buyers or the bulls that were trying to get this back above the 200 kind of started to give up. It actually looked like we had a lower high on the wick attempt towards the 200, and then we ended up rolling over to the lows. But in the after hours, we got news of this 10-to-1 stock split. So if we look at an intraday chart, this is what it looks like. Netflix here, we had this little pop, and it's kind of rolling over, maybe testing this support level here. It's holding it so far, but bang, we get a pop, and look what it's doing here today. It's already giving back most of this here. So generally speaking, I would probably say that this is good long-term, but given what we've seen from Chipotle here, and given the fact that this stock has a float of 421 million shares and is now going to be 10 times that, on top of that, we've got a bunch of folks that own this with massive, massive gains, and now they're about to get 10 times more shares. I have a very hard time seeing that this doesn't get sold after the split. What do you say, 13?
Well, I don't want to compare this to Chipotle. Chipotle is a great example of how stock splits can kind of work against them because you're increasing the share structure to be a lot bigger and it's harder to move around. So when Netflix goes from 427 or I think million shares in the float to 4.2 billion, it's going to have the same situation to deal with. Now, there are a lot of companies that have had really successful stock splits. And I think at Netflix,
Apple, for example.
Apple, Walmart, Tesla.
Walmart's another good one. Tesla's a good one. Yep.
And a lot of times they did end up going lower after the split, but then they recovered later on and continued higher. I expect that to be the same case with Netflix. It's looking like the 1060 to 1080 area that we were talking about is looking like that's going to happen. I don't think I would necessarily go long there ahead of the split. I think for somebody who's not already in this, maybe waiting until after the split might be the way to go. Other folks will want to that if they're already in it, they're probably just going to end up holding through the split and then sell afterwards. They have different ideas of what they're going to do with this, but just based on what I'm seeing here, I think that I would not want to go long on this until after the split. I think that it's still going to be a pretty good buy, but I think I would wait.
Yeah, I think waiting is key here. And I see here, is he saying Chipotle is not even in the same class? It's a different company. Yeah, you mean Netflix doesn't sell burritos? Well, that's what I've been doing wrong all these years. Thank you for that, Izzy. Now it makes a lot of sense. Of course, they're different companies. I know, but we were literally just talking yesterday about how crazy it was that the split, the big split, ended up marking the top for Chipotle. Also, in our happy hour, one of our members there, who I affectionately call Mr. Netflix, we asked him, and he said, I don't necessarily like this. And I agree. I think post-split, you are going to see some selling here. What level does that take us to? And does that represent a buy at that point? Yeah, maybe. A market sniper here says, I will 100% buy Netflix after the split. It's Netflix. It's more like Amazon after the split. So
yeah, Amazon too. There's another one.
Yeah. So we'll see here. I agree with your call here. Waiting really seems to be the big thing here. And that, by the way, that split. So I had mentioned this in the morning news there. That split is going to be effective November 17th. So we're really not going to have to wait all that long. And it is going to be in the holiday season. And there's going to be a lot of stuff, a lot of bullish stuff for Netflix, like the Christmas NFL games. I'm going to be subscribing for a month. So
maybe it's a great Christmas gift now that'll be affordable.
Yeah. You know, Izzy's kind of saying that. Buy 5 shares and put it away.
Yeah.
So
I mean, I don't know about here, but if you're holding for like a super long term, yeah, sure.
And then here, Tom saying with Netflix, I think a lot of people, once they get more shares, will sell their cost basis and play with the house's money. I totally agree with this. I think that after the split, you're going to have some profit taking here. You're going to have some profit taking here. What does that mean going forward? I very much like. Say again.
And rebalancing.
And rebalancing.
Yes, we'll rebalance.
Very much like I was saying earlier, that I am not changing my view on Apple until some of the fundamentals change, like the customer loyalty and the expanding customer base and all of that. Same thing here with Netflix, right? Like this is going to be one of those subscriptions, I think, that when people pare down, they're going to end up keeping this one. Just my 2 cents on that. But okay, good stuff. All right, next one here. You guys were asking about ticker NVT, which I don't even think that is, because that's not Navient. NVT is nVent Electric PLC. All right. So first of all, I'm sorry. I have no idea what this stock is. I don't even know if I've ever looked at this before. nVent Electric shares are trading higher after the company reported better than expected Q3 financial results and raised its full year 25 guidance above estimates. So let me take a look here real quick. This is a leading global provider of electrical connections and protection solutions.
It's a data center play.
It's a data center play? Okay. So
data center play on cooling and electrical, but cooling. Absolutely. Look at the website. That's always a great, I love that feature that you just have.
Benzinga Pro, yeah, me too.
One stop click and you're.
Oh, dude, look at the homepage of the website. No wonder you told me the website.
Yeah. This is a data center play, I believe. Or an electrical infrastructure, which is still playing into the data center angle.
Yeah. So picks and shovels. Here you go, day trader. Picks and shovels, electrical play. Well, hey, sorry, I didn't have more in focus. Up 8.29% on the back of earnings. I guess we would expect that, right? EPS beat 91 cents, beat the 88 cent estimate in the sales. This is what I care about here. Sales 1.054 billion, beat the 1.006 billion estimate. So guide here. 322 to 321. Yeah, so they basically guided the low end of the range of the estimate.
Sorry, I'm just trying.
So this all looks pretty good here. The conference call is going on right now. They reported earnings here this morning, it looks like. Let me go. What was I just going to do here? Analyst ratings. I wanted to see what analysts have on this. Looks like we got price targets up to 115. So we're about right there. When did this come out? This came out at the beginning of October. So wow, that happened fast.
Yeah, I was just trying to get an idea of where this company is based from. It looks like they're in the UK. So anyway, just kind of an idea of what that was. But yeah, this is interesting. NVT. I'm going to have to write this one down. It's gone on a run, so I don't know if it's super interesting to get into right now, but something to keep an eye on.
Okay. Okay.
You okay? What's going on?
Yeah, I'm reading some of the chat here. Sorry, I don't know much about this stock, so I'm trying to see if there's anything else out here that's valuable. Here we go. Thank you, day trader. Industry standard companies for electrical construction, transmission, distribution, and data centers. The base company is in the UK, but they own a ton of American brands. So what do you think, day trader? I mean, I'm assuming you're already in this if you've been on this for a long time here. Do you have a target? Do you have a time frame? Do you have a horizon or anything here? So I wouldn't necessarily want to chase the performance higher. I'd probably want to wait for a pullback.
Nice balance sheet.
Good balance sheet on top of it. Okay.
Yep. Yeah.
If you have calls for any stock that splits, the calls split. And sometimes it looks funky in the options chain, but that also is affected by the split.
Yeah, this NVT just recently hit new all-time highs. This is not the area for me to want to get into it, but man, this is an absolute screamer back in April. Great mention. This is something I'll have to keep an eye on. So when it comes in, maybe take a stab at it.
Okay.
And we are open.
Let me go back to the main workspace
All right.
here.
CTM diving out of the open. Getty couldn't hold VWAP. Trying to recapture it. I don't know what I'm going to expect. Oh, here we go with HKD. This is starting to run. It's starting to get going here anyway. Just had a nice move up towards 3. CTM still not doing anything. DFSC, that's trying to get going here. It looks like not great volume though. Not seeing a whole lot out of the gate here that looks interesting. Getty's starting to get a little bit of a lift now. Well, I know which one Daniel's trading today. NDAC dives. NASDAQ is diving, huh? Let's see here. It's certainly trading down off the highs. Now we are kind of getting a little bit of a accelerated move down out of the open, aren't we?
Okay, sorry, I was answering a question there. Let me roll through some of these.
No problem. Okay, so CTM, we just came down to the 65 EMA. This is where I would want to see this bounce. If we don't get that bounce here, where the next area is going to for support is going to be at around 114, where the 200 EMA is. But if we get this bounce here, we're going to want to see a recapture of VWAP afterwards and have that take us back up over 140.
Okay, we'll see if we get that 13. I'm actually going to step away for just 1 sec. BRB.
Sounds good. All right, so there's why we always caution with HKD. That just went down pretty hard there. I don't know if it's going to catch any support around 250. That's where I would think it's going to happen if there is going to be some support. Be very careful with HKD. I know this thing has the ability to go on massive runs. As we were pointing out in August of 2022, it went up to $2,500 from single digits in the span of just several days. So, yeah, but be careful with this one. This thing is dangerous. MSAI starting to it's getting some support from the 65 EMA. It is moving over its VWAP. Still need to see some better volume with that one. CTM, still hasn't moved off of the 65 EMA yet, but it is still holding above it. DFSC still trying to climb. What is everybody else looking at here? INTS reversal. What's that look like? Intensify Therapeutics. Well, it looks like this is climbing right now, and it's breaking over a trend line from the pre-market price action. That took it up to 115. This thing is really volatile. It's very risky too. It looks like we could lose $1 here if this can't recapture that looks like 110 area where it was, where it was trying to get above out of the open here. MSAI still climbing just slowly. Big seller on the way at 2. We do have some sellers in the way at 185. Getty, that is now sinking lower. And MSAI starting to get a little bit of a lift here. This is moving much better now.
Take a look at MSAI here. Amazon pulling back. Yeah, MSAI is going.
Yeah, MSAI and
right.
that DFSC, the one I said not to take your eyes off it. That one's getting a little bit of a move up here out of the gate to the 65 EMA. Not the biggest or greatest of moves, but it's certainly better than some of the other movers we were taking a look at this morning.
DSC, huh?
Yep. The one that was
That's that DefSec, yeah.
MSAI continuing to climb. It's over 185, trying to take out the seller at 190. After that, you have a large seller at 2.
201 on Palantir. Palantir ripping out of the open here. Palo Alto ripping and Apple pulling back.
Here we go. MSAI, its next target is 2. This is the level it needed to get over. It was having trouble with all morning. If we get enough volume here to take out 2, this thing could run. HKD, next candle, the second candle of the morning here, is opening underneath the VWAP. Looking a little heavy here, but I don't want to make any predictions about this thing. It could suddenly just go up to $10 for all I know. This thing is crazy, but just be careful with HKD. MSAI. Right?
I was going to say RDX looks like it's trying to recapture the 65 EMA, but let me go back to MSAI because that seems to be the mover to play right now.
Yeah, it just really needs to get over $2. I was pointing out how all morning $2 has been the big resistance area, and now we're climbing back up to it right now. So got to take that out.
And it was a nice, I guess the entry there was that 183 on that cross through the VWAP. See if we can get above 2 there. You're right about that being the pre-market level.
All these other movers not really having the greatest morning.
You feel like this has to go or it's going to yank? Yeah.
MSAI?
Yeah, I feel like this is going to have to go. It's just a feel thing, just a gut feeling here. This is going to have to go.
I think it's going to
pull.
It's going to. Okay, so I think that 185 is the level to watch for. If we start going underneath that, then we're going to be testing our VWAP. It's going to probably get a little bit uglier, but I think 185 is the spot for support that we need to see hold up.
Cut.
Looks like
Sorry,
go ahead.
I saw several people mentioning BQ. Looks like this is halted to the upside here.
Let's take a look at BQ. What's BQ about?
Business of selling pet products through online stores.
What was this all about yesterday? Do I even want to know? This thing looks like it was a halt fest all of a sudden in the afternoon.
I don't see anything in here.
You don't see that to the left right there?
No, I'm sorry. All right, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the news, 13. I don't see anything for what you're asking about for the Halt Fest.
Okay. So, yeah, I think I'd be a little bit concerned if this was like just suddenly pumped, I'd be concerned about that too, because as this rises, you're going to find those sellers that are bag holders now.
EQ, China pump and dump. Yeah, that's kind of what it feels like here. It is halted to the upside, though.
HKD, the other China pump and dump, that's recapturing its VWAP. Looks like Getty is continuing lower. Seems like this is going to end up coming down to the 65 EMA. This doesn't look like it has very much strength right now.
Maybe it'll hold there.
CTM also losing at 65 EMA. This doesn't have as far to fall when it comes to the 200 EMA. That's going to be down around 114, 115. Looks like 114. So
Meta so far trying to bounce off of the trend line that we took a look at on that daily chart. That's Meta. I would be if I took any trades on this, it would be a very short-term trade.
HKD coming up to the $3 level where it's been fighting with sellers all morning. Have no taps of that $3 level, but we did get as high as 297, and it seems like when it gets up to that area, it just finds sellers.
Okay. Nice to see Rocket higher here by about 3.5%. Dipped out of the open, but it's bouncing so far. Ondas pulled out of the open.
What
I
price?
really hope the sell-off stops soon in that stock. What?
Well, I was just going to respond to Izzy. What price is Getty going to? Well, it might go to the 65 EMA, but there's possibly support at around 280 from the impulse move that started this whole move, and the second candle after that. That created a little bit of a support area at around 283. So We'll see if that holds up. If it doesn't, then 65 EMA is next. And MSAI is still holding above that 185 level. CTM looks like that is heading lower. Actually, we're due to test the 200 EMA soon. DFSC pulling back after hitting the 65 EMA.
Amazon pulled a little and is starting to bounce. I wonder, what are we thinking for a bounce spot here in Amazon? I kind of would like to see it at 242. Palantir looks like it popped 200. 202 looks to be the top there. It's kind of consolidating right here at 202.
For Amazon, I would think that think that maybe 240 is going to be a spot where this could come down to. I wouldn't be surprised if it did make some lower prints, but 240 looks like a pretty good support area. Just
Amazon calls getting bought here, by the way. Looks like 255 there. Those are for January of 2026. So it looks like some more upside action getting bought there.
Getty still continuing lower. HKD still holding above the VWAP. MSAI, same thing, still above that 185 and VWAP. CTM, this looks like it's trying to turn around and recapture VWAP and the 65 EMA. It's going to need some more volume, though, if it's going to get back up to the consolidation from the pre-market.
125 looks to be a key level there. What would be the recommend minimum trading volume to look for? It basically just needs to be trading enough for me to get in and out. Generally, thresholds I use for that are like 600,000 or 1 million shares.
Yeah,
but that's a little bit different.
Yeah, it really does work out better when you're getting 7 figures volume in trading.
No question about it. Daniel said, Ryan, did you get Amazon calls? No. I want to make sure it proves that it's at a bottom here. Apple, by the way, still pulling as well. That actually lost 270. Lion here saying, look to add Amazon at about 240.
Now, that's not because I said I like that spot, is it? But it does really stand out on a technical basis. Just this year, from January all through this year, that has been the resistance area, 240.
Okay, so CTM did move through that VWAP there, and it looks like MSAI is finally going to decide to go towards that $2 level.
And DFSC, here we go. This is why I didn't want anybody taking their eyes off it.
I got to refresh Pro. Sorry.
It's okay.
I'll go to DFSC when we get back here, though. I promise.
Yeah, and it also keep an eye on Getty. That might be trying to turn around as well. But yeah, DFSC, that still trying to move up. That's looking okay. Don't know how great it's going to be. The volume could be better, but we are getting an attempt to move over the 65 EMA. MSAI, this is you're right. This is going right to 2.
It's going right to 2. So we do need this break here for 2.
Yeah. Yep. Otherwise, it comes back in. Absolutely. Need to see some expanded volume here when we get up to that 2 level.
Yeah, the volume so far today actually looks pretty good. So maybe you will get one more pump here and break that $2 level. We'll see.
Yeah, DFSC, that was good. So I want to see this this current candle close above the 65 EMA. That would make me pretty confident that we're going to
DFSC.
Yeah, the DefSec Technologies one.
Yep, I'm just making sure I type in the right ticker here.
Gotcha. All right, so a little bit of pull there off of the $2 level, it was like right there at the $2
for
level.
MSAI, right?
Yep. You still need to see that volume expansion.
Apple might be starting to bounce here, and Netflix, that is actually bouncing too. Damn, shouldn't have taken my eyes off of Netflix for a short-term trade. We still want to wait out the recapture of the 200. Here's what your intraday Netflix chart looks like. Nice move above the VWAP there. Your DFSC is continuing higher.
Pretty good. And yeah, they're getting a mention that HKD could move soon. It's kind of back and forth. Let's see what this current candle gives us, because if we can close this current candle above the VWAP again, I think that's going to, add a little more fuel to the fire for the upside. But we'll see. This be careful with HKD. It could do whatever it wants.
Yeah, this one, I think the one I would avoid probably more than any. I guess maybe Getty, because it just doesn't look great at all. Doesn't look great at all there.
Getty might be one that it just does this in the morning and then trades better later.
VIX at 1679, and man, PayPal pulling back again, 67. That PayPal is really having a tough time.
ARDX, the one that was mentioned earlier, this is approaching its VWAP after getting some pretty good support from the 65 EMA. Also, BQ is open. That is trying to hold its VWAP. Yeah, be careful with BQ.
We'll take a look at BQ here.
CTM still okay. So we just got a candle that closed above the VWAP and 65 EMA. Still got a lot of consolidation to make its way through a lot of supply. So going to need to still see some better volume in CTM. DFSC that continues to climb. MSAI same thing. We're still beneath $2. Maybe if we get some volume right here, we could get through. It's really the only thing we need with MSAI is just some volume to break that resistance at $2.
The volume on ARDX, which you just mentioned, that's basically battling at its VWAP, but it actually looks like that volume's drying out here. The MSAI volume kind of looks a little bit better.
Yeah, I think with ARDX, you might get a little bit more of a move up towards the 640, 645 area, but then it could come back in. I would be careful with what happens after this current 5-minute candle that we're in. We might have a map hold pattern, bearish one.
I see a couple of penny stocks on the list here. YDKG. I'm going to skip over all of the penny plays here. Ors, that doesn't look all that great. Here's that DFSC again. That pulled back. Okay.
HKD continues to compress. Ever since we opened, the highs and lows have been getting smaller, and it continues to do that. It's been doing that all for the entire time we've been open. Just continues to compress. We're going to get either a big breakout or a breakdown at some point soon here. CMG potential reversing.
Let's take a look at CMG. That actually gave a great trade yesterday. And my burrito was good last night.
Nice. Paid for by CMG.
Paid for by the CMG trade. You might have a VWAP cross coming here. I've got VWAP at 32.12 in the broker, and I've got it at 32.08 here in TradingView. So maybe we do get a little bit of a continued curl here.
Yeah, and if we do get that, then I think 32.45 would be the resistance area I'd want to see get taken out, because that was the low from the pre-market. Okay. And then if we can do that, then we'll just have this this supply zone, this sideways consolidation from about 32.60 to 33 to get through, and then we could probably trade a little bit better.
Okay. Here, I'll go back to HKD. We'll see if Chipotle can keep rolling here.
MSAI, it popped through $2, went up to 210, and then came right back down to $2, but it's still struggling to hold that level. But we did get that move through $2.
Yeah, you got a little bit of a peak above there. Yeah. Now, we did that in the pre-market too, right? 206 looked to be the high there, so we actually broke through that as well on that little move higher.
But this just goes to show those sellers, they're still pretty strong at $2. Oh, yeah. But I think this did weaken them pretty significantly. So if this doesn't reverse and go underneath VWAP, I still think we might see some more upside here. Got a little bit of pull here in DFSC. It's back down to its VWAP. ARDX, just waiting for this current candle to close. We have 55 seconds left. It's approaching that 645 area I was mentioning.
Here's ARDX.
BQ halted down. It lost its VWAP. This is the China pump and dump.
That was a really good warning message there, by the way.
Thank you.
On that one.
Still doesn't look like CTM's quite finished yet. I'll see what this current candle ends up giving us.
Your ARDX here, this is actually looking pretty good. 650 up now.
Yeah, but just really need to see what happens with the next candle because it's starting to form a pattern that's concerning me. So we need to see what happens with this next candle here. HKD, it just popped. There it is. So after that compression, it's popped up to 317.
Oh, there's a little pop there. You're right about that.
Now we do have some sellers in the way at 318 to 320. So get a little bit more volume, we can get through those, but starting to pile up the sell orders. Maybe more buyers come in to help lift this thing up. I don't know. Be careful with HKD. I keep saying it.
Yeah, I was going to say it's pulling. Right as you said, be careful. It started to pull. CTM still sitting there at 125, and MSAI lost 2.
Oh, no, it's holding 2. It's holding 2. It's still dealing with some sellers above 2. There's a large seller at 220. But we're still a little ways away from there. But we have every 5 cents, a little tranche of sellers that we have to chew our way through here with this one.
Kathy, nice trade there. HKD, way to go.
Fantastic. Now, who was it that traded HKD a long time ago? It just suddenly was up one day for them. Or maybe that was a different stock where they did that. But I thought we had somebody in our chat that traded HKD at one point. Yeah,
there was a few people in this morning chat that were trading HKD, I'm pretty sure, especially back in the day of the huge crazy run. SPY actually holding in here. That's doing its best to hold on to green. NASDAQ pulling back, but still in the green. And Dow pulled back a little, but that is actually already bouncing.
So we are in the next candle with ARDX. To validate my concern, this needs to recapture 650. If we can't do that here and we start going underneath the VWAP, I believe we're coming back towards the 65 EMA, and it looks like we're starting to get that right now.
MSAI looks like it's maybe topping out here at this 213-ish area on MSAI.
Oh, we got a higher print. Nice, 240.
Yeah, Crow. That was. Were you in that? Were you trading HKD back in the craziness where that thing went to $2,500 in the after hours? I can't remember. Can't remember who that was. There was a lot of craziness going on at that point.
MSCI 214 is the high, still trying to slowly make its way up. DFSC trying to recapture VWAP.
On this nice little reversal after that pull. Thanks for the fib levels there too, Glenn. APLD, this pulling back off of another impulse move higher. Man, APLD has been a great trade. A great stock.
Yes, HKD did go to is 2,500 after hours?
Yeah, it was an after hour. The real crazy stuff happened in the after hours.
Well,
there was no halt or anything.
Well, we had a print. We had a print on a daily chart that went up to 2,500 HKD. That's not after hours.
Okay, well, I mean, maybe it went a little bit higher in the after hours, but I remember the really crazy thing happening in the after hours. Out of MSAI, nice job, Kathy. Kathy, I know they're not huge winners here today, but at least you're hitting them.
I mean, MSAI hasn't really done anything except go up this morning, so that's great. Well done, Kathy.
Yeah.
And it's coming up to the 220 area where we have that large seller. Let's see what happens if we get the volume expansion. It takes it out or get rejected.
Reddit pulled back off of its opening impulse move. Actually, looks like it might recapture its VWAP here on Reddit.
CMG still trying to recover. It looked like it was going to lose the VWAP a second ago, but it's still trying to hold above it.
I have VWAP at 3208, so I have it still kind of trying to get above it.
Okay, yeah, mine's at 3196, just a few cents below yours, but still seeing the same thing here. It's trying to recapture those levels. It's at 32 right now. Looks like Getty is trying.
And how did we? What was the low from yesterday? Low from yesterday was about 31, and then the high from yesterday was like 34. Okay, interesting.
I'm just watching MSAI, see if it's going to take that 220 out. Volume could be a little bit better. I think it might have to in order to take out 220. Probably going to have to be a little bit better than this. Any news on Open? It's moving higher.
I'm going to take a look at Open real quick.
Sure.
I didn't see any news on that earlier, so.
Let's see.
Earnings in 6 days here on Open.
Kind of a bull flag formation here on the daily chart coming starting from August.
Thursday. This was yesterday at noon. Yeah, I don't have any news here on open. Nothing fresh.
There is a trend line you can draw on the daily chart. I'm sure you see it.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Let me add that here. 13.
Yeah. So that's what I'd be keeping an eye on here for open.
And what value there? Let me zoom in and see if I can get you a value there for that trend line break.
One thing that we're have happening right now with open is that it's getting support from the 50-day SMA. It's been getting support from it for a good while now this month. Needs to recapture that 20-day SMA. If we get a 20-day SMA recapture, I think we're going through the trend line.
What value do you have for the 20-day?
771.
Okay, and I've got like 840-ish for the trend line.
Okay.
So there you go.
Wow. MSAI. There was a fight at 220. We are just really, oh man, there's like a bunch of buyers stacking up just underneath 215. We have the sellers stacking up at 220. Who's going to blink?
Wonder what happens at 220.
So ARDX did get some selling, but we're still above the VWAP, so that's encouraging. Just don't want to see volume leave this thing, because if we do get volume to move out of this, I think we're going to come back underneath the VWAP.
Toast, this is a good mention. Dive deep. This is going higher here. This is actually a 2-point move already. Earnings in 4 days for this name here. You said there was new board members here. I don't see that. I don't see the news there, but I'm not doubting you. Yeah, Ondas is reversing. That's great. Actually, would really like to see this move higher, considerably higher, given where it's come back from. But good start.
Could be moving on some news from earlier this week. I don't know. Meanwhile, let's go back to some of these movers. BQ was halted again. I don't know which direction. It seems like it's still the same. Could be the same halt still. ARDX not giving up VWAP has been keeping the stock up here, but I need to see some better volume, or else it could come back in.
Look at Roku.
What's the news with them? Did they finally
earnings?
Okay. This company's frustrating, because I think
it is.
It really needs to get picked up by, or it needs content. It needs something. On its own, I don't know how much longer this company's going to, be in business. It's doing all right though, but I feel like they need to make some kind of merger or acquisition for content. We talked about, I think, Viacom being a company that, if I don't know what the transaction deal would be, but if they somehow became a combination, that would be great for Roku.
And isn't there news with Warner Brothers Discovery right now? Possible acquisition and content. I feel like that's going across the space.
Warner Brothers Discovery is trying to find a buyer. They've been trying to get Paramount to buy them, but the offer that Paramount was making was lower than what Warner Brothers wanted. I think they offered like $20 a share, and Warner Brothers said it's got to be higher. There's also, I think, some other companies looking to maybe have a little bit of a bidding war with Warner Brothers Discovery, but I don't know. I think that the company's got a real big content problem. They can't seem to make great money out of their their IPs, like the DC Universe IPs. Those are just money losing endeavors at this point. James Gunn's not restoring the. Here we go.
Good mention here. Rigetti moving to the upside. RGTZ pulling here back in an 11 handle, right at about 1150. So I guess if you might be able to watch RGTI and then trade RGTZ appropriately.
So so yesterday we were climbing in RGTI. Yesterday didn't quite get up to the 20-day SMA, but we are there now. So we'll see if this is going to provide that same kind of trade that we were enjoying, last week and earlier this week. Remember, since Tuesday or Monday, I think even, I don't know how much longer this is going to work, where we just load up at the 20-day SMA and with RGTZ and let this thing fall. Hopefully it still works, but I just don't know how much more we're going to get out of that because we continue to hammer this 20-day SMA.
Reddit, this moving to the highs. 230 has been the intraday high. Rigetti still moving up. Johnny mentioning that you read the news about Doge planning to buy 30,000 drones for the U.S. government could be a reason for Ondas moving. Could be. How are the other drones moving? I would think that would probably move drones as a sector here. Here's UMAC. This is higher by 3 cents. Okay, this is actually much weaker than Ondas. Let's take a look at RCAT and then probably also Katos.
Katos is Kratos is open up 250%. D-Pro's up. Warner Brothers was offered 22 and they declined. Okay.
Yeah, and I believe Rosenblatt has a $28 target on it. Boy, what's going on with my... I'm going to try refreshing again real quick. I don't know what the heck's going on.
This is wild. MSAI still not able to get above 220, but not breaking down yet either. They have really stacked a lot of sellers between 215 and 220 now for MSAI. So we're going to need some big volume to get through this.
Yeah, here's I don't know what happened there. Yeah. Okay, so some of these drones are up. D-Pro up as well. Thank you, Izzy.
ARDX holding the VWAP helped lift it higher. We are approaching some of the session highs. 673 is the current high. We are at 653. Chipotle could not recover. It's back beneath VWAP.
Yep.
INTS, this one now testing its 200 EMA on the 5-minute. Looks like CTM isn't going to really hold up. Maybe I'm wrong, but there's no volume really in this thing, and we have some of these smaller time frame EMAs bearing down on it. That can, usually lead to more downside. So unless we get some more volume expansion here, CTM looks like this could be going lower. MSAI pulling off of that 220 area.
I'll be honest, not a whole lot of great setups here today. I mean, MSAI, that one did work, but not a lot here today. Actually seems fairly muted.
Yeah.
Google beneath yesterday's intraday lows.
And we're kind of past the big names in earnings. I mean, we do have more earnings coming up next week, but pretty much most of the Mag 7s are out of the way. We just have Nvidia, I think.
Yeah.
So maybe we'll get some more excitement in the market when that earnings date approaches.
Amazon holding here. That actually looks like it wants to go lower. Apple kind of looks like it wants to go lower too, to be honest. Tesla at the highs. Haven't seen any other really unusual options here. Looks like that's November. It's Rigetti upside bet. Excuse me. Here's some Tesla calls.
MindMed is waking up. MNMD.
And then didn't we talk about this one recently? Teradyne. This ended up going higher here today from its earnings move.
Is that what that was? That was earnings?
I believe so. This is Tuesday in the after hours. Because I think we talked about it the next day, unless I'm mixing this up with something else. No, this was earnings Tuesday in the after hours. Indeed.
Crow from MNMD looking like 16 could be a resistance level based on some chart history here. 2022, we have this consolidation area from basically, I think it starts just before 2022, but that $16 area, once we lost that, we tried to recapture it in June and in August, and it didn't work out. So I'm looking like 16, that area around 16 could have a lot of resistance.
Lion. Yeah, I'm definitely waiting on Amazon to come back in. It would just be a short-term trade. I'm definitely waiting for that to come back in. I don't know if it will, but Netflix also at the highs here still, 11.23. So that actually should be recapturing Let me check on the bigger chart here real fast. See where we're at. RGTZ continuing to trade up here. That actually might be a good trade, especially if the market keeps pulling. You probably see Rigetti lower.
Short squeeze and DVLT. I'm not seeing it. I'm seeing the opposite.
Yeah, so here you go on Netflix. I've got that 200-day at 121.80. We're currently at 1123.11 right now. So trying to recapture it. I want to see what that does on a closing basis, but recapture here in the regular session. MSAI back at 2.
Newsom signed a fast tracking bill for what, MNMD?
For MindMed, is that why it's moving?
I'm not seeing that particular news. Maybe it's in this Form 8. If that's indeed what he's referring to. I'm not going to read this right now. Okay, so Getty losing the 65 EMA. This has done nothing but go down. Meanwhile, HKD, this looks like it's trying to take its next leg up. MSAI trying to recapture its VWAP after it could not get over 220. CTM pretty much sideways.
Lion mentioning the seasonality for Amazon here may go to 280 before the year end. Here's what the seasonality looks like. It is positive, but it is not great. It actually starts to get better around the turn of the year. It's actually kind of flat here. Looking ahead here, though, really March to July has a really, really good seasonality there for Amazon. A-Lab with a $20 move. That stock's been a monster. Here's A-Lab. Yeah, indeed. And we actually have earnings in 4 days here. This is a nice pop on A-Lab.
HKD 350 is the high now.
Ooh.
There's not really anything that's, from the movers list that's really.
No, there isn't. I'm sorry, I'm not really doing much here.
Deep Pro Strong, Cypher pounding down. Amazon breaking its earnings anchored VWAP. Seems like Amazon's finally getting its AWS valuation, because I was feeling like last year and some years before that it wasn't. I think it was like just not valued correctly. Seems like that's changing though. A lot of price target upgrades for this thing today.
HKD continuing to be strong. But none of this looks great. MSAI, this bouncing off that $2 level. Mm-hmm. And those drones are still strong here. Let me bring up DPro. I know we've talked about it a little bit, but I don't think I've taken a look at the chart. Here's what your DPro chart looks like. And indeed, that is strong.
Oracle down to previous support. Let's take a look here at Oracle.
Also, if you like A-Lab business, then check out CRDO. Credo Technology. That's actually doing the same thing here today.
So that sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say RGTZ just got rejected at VWAP there.
Oracle. So yeah, that the spot you were talking about, CW Parker, that is acting as support. That previous high down around 257. And it might come in a little bit more, like 250. It could come into, I would say. Needs to show some signs of turning around. I don't think it's quite started that yet. I would want to see a recapture of 271, I think. But,
Jane says, no treats for me today, but I'm happy to close out my month on the plus side. And then there you go, Jane.
Edit. Gene editing news.
So that we also want to take a look at CRISPR and NTLA, although I don't know about NTLA with the recent move. Edith, this is a nice move out of the open. Let me roll through some of the other gene editors here real fast. NTLA, even NTLA is spiking. Here's CRISPR, CRSP. That also having a nice move here. What was the news on these?
I don't know what was the news with edit was. I don't see it.
Yeah, I don't see anything here either for CRISPR.
Yeah. Unless there's some other company that's in the same space that's causing them all to move.
Izzy says there's news here. Maybe there was something that's kind of affecting it.
Yeah, HKD. Higher prints now. I will say it until we're done with the show today. Just be careful with HKD because as great as these moves have been, you got to understand that this thing could make a equally large move to the downside, and it could be without any warning.
FDA clears for fast gene editing. Government streamlining it. Okay, that can be good for it.
But there's no one stock that this news is for. It's for pretty much.
No, it's for the entire thing here.
Harvey, I use my my price ladder.
That either.
My price ladder and my broker. Some brokers will have it, and they might call it a different name. They might call it a matrix. I think Ryan, in your broker, it's called something else.
Active Trader.
Yeah. So it kind of gives you a good visualization of where the large limit orders are, what the volume is at a particular price, and it allows me to see how many sellers are stacked up at a certain area.
JJ, you want the AI bubble costume again? I don't really have any trades here. It looks a little slow, so I can go ahead and do that here. 13. Just drive the ship for us for a sec.
Okay. Well, looks like HKD is in the driver's seat right now, and that's taking us up into the 430 area. Meanwhile, we're trying to see if any of these other movers are going to do something. It looks like MSAI is losing its VWAP. CTM, this might go south pretty soon because it's not able to recapture its 65 EMA or VWAP. DFSC back to the 20-day SMA. I'm sorry, not the 20-day SMA, the 200 EMA on the 5-minute. I don't know why I said that. HKD still climbing though. Getty looks like this is trying to turn around. Might be getting a reversal in RGTZ after it bounced off 1125. We'll see if it can get back above 12.
All right, guys, the AI bubble is back.
Your active trader doesn't show anywhere near what I see. Well, what broker are you using? And I think Ryan. Oh, Jesus! I think Ryan, don't you need level 2 data on your broker, or is that provided already?
Yeah, it's provided. It comes with it. But by the way, my name is AI Bubble, so please get it.
Oh, your name is Bubbles?
Bubbles. Multiple bubbles here.
All right. Well, let's see what. Oh my gosh, look at HKD. This thing is, I don't want to say I regret not being in this because I don't regret it. But look at the moves we're getting out of this thing. Looks like 445 is the next spot to get over here. Big seller in the way.
I can't see anything. I mean, this is wild. I can't see anything. I'll let you know if I pop though. Palantir continuing to trade higher.
No, Shady, I didn't see that. Let me take a look at Encel.
Wiss says, Ryan, that's ridiculous. Yes, it is. The AI bubble is ridiculous, Wiss. I agree. I don't know if you can tell, but it does say AI on it. A little bit hard to see, maybe.
I'm not getting a ticker of NCEL. Is that the right ticker, Shady, or is it typo?
I don't have one for that either, by the way.
Recent merger, maybe it just hasn't. I mean, was this a SPAC? You're saying it was a recent merger. What kind of merger was it?
More than seeing, can you breathe? Tess, it's tough. And the problem is that every time I exhale, I have like global warming inside the bubble where there's just too much CO2 for me to breathe. So it's tough, but we're doing it. There's only Halloween one day. Halloween one day.
We don't want you passing out in that thing, dude.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think. See, here's the thing. This is the whole brilliance of this costume is that for the AI bubble to pop, we just do this. The bubble is popped. Bubble's popped. Okay,
Getty,
we're going to go back to the bubble, though.
Getty
Back
chart.
to the AI bubble. Here we go.
There's nothing here in the Getty chart. It's going to go down to 200 EMA. Let's see. Are we bullish or bearish on Meta? I mean,
thank you for bringing that up again. I took that off.
Like if they're kind of killing it on the wearables right now, I think they're kind of in the a little bit in the lead with that. But I mean, it looks like could end up going lower before it turns around. I think that the when they reported earnings, the two big things that scared investors were the amount of capex that they're going to have to do, and the warnings about events in the EU that could provide a material weakness to the company's finances. I think that was a really big thing for investors there.
The trade desk, someone was asking about this earlier. The trade desk is up off the lows, but look to the left on this one. This thing really can't get going yet. I mean, maybe we do have a level kind of carved out here at 48. I know some of you guys have like a longer term view on this one. This is what the daily chart looks like. So we are still kind of up off this double bottom, but don't really see anything going on great here. Earnings in 6 days. I think that says 6. I can't see through the AI bubble, but I think that's 6 days from now. So the earnings should change things for us here.
I don't see if Shady gave us an update on
My cat is giving me the stink eye. He's like, what in the F are you doing right now? He like won't come in here. That's funny. Okay.
Thoughts on TDOC as healthcare plans are set to skyrocket. That is something that I've been, not TDOC, but that's the healthcare plan thing. That's something I've been talking about. If we cannot get the government reopened by this weekend, what just happened?
I'm trying to, it's me. I can't see anything though. So that's the big problem here. Producer, can you help me out? Oh, here, this is what we need.
All right.
Here, what I need to do is this. I need to move I want to take a screenshot here real quick because I can't breathe. So I want to make sure I get this screenshotted before I pop the AI bubble again. So here we go. Sorry, guys. I'll try and bring this back to some seriousness here.
Well, I guess when it comes to TDOC, I think that you're asking is the thought here, you know, if health plans skyrocket, are people going to stop using the doctor or going to the doctor? Is TDOC going to, decline, or are they going to move more towards TDOC? Is what I think you might be asking. I really don't know the answer. I'm concerned about, the potential fallout from not extending ACA. I know it's getting bipartisan support for different reasons. So need to see something happen with that. Otherwise, I think you're right. We are going to see premiums really, start to move up. And there's a lot of insurance companies getting ready to send out notices to the insured that their premiums are going to go up if we don't get an extension of the ACA, I think by today. Do I think buying the WETH, the WETH dip, is wise now? This was something that we had an idea that it could be a good idea. I mean, it might work, and it kind of did. It didn't go all the way up to where we thought it would, and it still might, but I don't know that I'd be getting back into this thing. I still have some left. Haven't sold everything yet, but I'm a little concerned about this the weakness that we're seeing in it. I really can't give you any kind of recommendation or anything on whether or not you should be getting back into this. It's just something that we talked about that could work. It gave us a little bit of profit, but I don't know how much more of it this is going to happen. So I really can't give you anything definitive on that. Sorry.
Yeah, one of the things that I was saying about this is just the way that this thing trades is extremely unhealthy, in my opinion. Kudos to you, 13, for sticking with it and making some money off of this. I took a loss on this the last time this thing really, really fell. And I also, you know what? Shout out to you for yesterday, 13, because you had said, be careful with this. You had told the group that you were selling into the big move that we had. Not yes, what was it? Did it fall yesterday? 2 days ago. Sorry. So I'm really glad that you mentioned that. I'm really glad that this gave an opportunity to exit after that. But man, it just the trading action here doesn't feel healthy at all. It's just my own 2 cents on that.
Yeah, I don't know if there's going to be a catalyst that's going to come along and help lift this thing higher. Maybe if there's some more details in the U.S.-China trade deal that help this company out. I really don't know. This is something that we thought might work. It worked a little bit. We took some gains, and I don't think that I'll be rebuying. ARDX, that's still trying to climb up to the opening print of 673. BQ, this is all the way down to the 200 EMA and potentially losing it. So this party, this pump and dump that we identified, is over.
Did Getty do anything? Nope. RGTZ rolling over, which means RGTI is trading higher. Getty actually looks like it is bouncing off the 200 EMA. That was 230 there. I don't know. I don't feel great about it though.
Yeah, it's nice that they got a 5-year deal, and I kind of think that there's a little, there might be a little special that they're the ones that are going to be, working with Perplexity. I think that I don't know if it makes their images exclusive to them, but it's certainly something that could help train AI models.
DPro, Ryan, you're scalping DPro. Probably a good idea. The drone names obviously have a catalyst that's moving them on volume here. DPro's been straight up out of the gate. Given the lack of what we're really seeing elsewhere, Izzy, this makes a lot of sense to me. At least you're able to find something. Around here, I don't see anything great still. Boy, Rocket pulled back. Palantir continuing to move higher. Vixen a 17 handle.
Fantastic work, Zach. He was trading HKD and he's done for the day.
Okay.
It's now finally starting to pull back. So well done. Fantastic trade. I'm glad that HKD actually gave traders an opportunity to get out, because look at how slow moving it is right now. This is actually pretty nice. And
wasn't AMTD related to this? Ticker AMTD, because HKD, when you pull it up, it's called AMTD Digital. I can't remember if those are related or not. I think we went through this before.
I don't know. I could try and figure that out if you like.
I was just kind of one. Yes, Day Trader says yes. Looks like we. So interesting then that we're seeing AMTD trade higher. It actually looks similar, just doesn't have the same type of move. RGTZ popping, so Rigetti must be selling a little.
So with if you go to their website, it's interesting because on the front page you have the New York Stock Exchange ticker AMTD, and then I think was it South Korea or not, or Hong Kong SGX. Help me out with the exchanges, but they have that as HKB.
Oh, that's not confusing at all.
No, it's not. AMTD is the parent. Okay. And it looks like it's not done giving trades yet because it's HKD is trying to reverse.
Ondas actually showing up on the scanner here as it's trading on volume. Pulled back to the VWAP, held it. Maybe it bounces from here. Ultimately, just hope it holds up here, up by 1.8%. I did actually see some options, but I don't know how notable they were earlier. So, let's see.
Joe, I think we mentioned some levels for Meta earlier. Let me see if I can get those to you again here. Because it still looks to me like this could end up going lower just based on the way that we've been trading over the past couple of days now. Let's see if I can get this here. So this area down around 650. I think that's going to be your line in the sand support. If we lose that, then yeah, we're going lower. But that is the support area from yesterday when we reversed. So if we don't reverse off that support area 650, then we're going to lose it. And if we lose it, we can go down to, let's see here.
Yeah.
Well, I do like 640 because that was a previous that's been a support and resistance level in the past, actually all year. So 640 would be the next support area I would see after we lose 650.
Really quickly here, day trader. I don't remember exactly how, but HKD and AMTD are related. That's where I was there. That's sketchy Hong Kong financial company anyway. So the relation, take it with a grain of salt. It's just worth noting that one's moving when the other is moving. AI Rod asking me, Ryan, do you remember when I asked you to chart Regeneron and asked if it bottomed at 555? I don't remember that exactly. I do remember talking about Regeneron because I think we compared that to, don't they have an eye treatment that we compared to EyePoint, EYPT? In any case, though, it does look like that bottom call was really good. I know it went lower here to like 484, but look at like the sideways formation here. Now we have the pop above the 200-day. This looks to me like it's flagging, maybe move higher. I would say that your next resistance area on Regeneron is probably in a 700 handle.
That whole supply area there is going to be tough.
Yeah, it is. And that's kind of what I mean. 742, the top end of the range. So to your point, 13, this might be a resistance range in here.
Yeah. Somewhere in there is going to be some resistance.
That was a good call, though, Rod. I hope you made money off this.
Izzy, I haven't talked about it yet.
HKD?
Yeah, I'm joking.
I was going to say, are you kidding me? That's like all we've talked about today.
Okay, so Shady, you're saying that the ticker was an LSP, and it merged and became the NCEL that you're talking about there. Yeah, because I don't see it doesn't look like NCL is trading. Okay, so here goes HKD.
Here goes Tesla
5,
too.
The 5 pharmaceutical company. And your question was what? It's you took a small position in this yesterday. Okay. Man, this thing was just absolutely getting hammered into the merger. And I without being able to see NCEL, I mean, it's a pharmaceutical company. I just don't know. I don't think I have any great information on their finances. Not really. Before they merged, they had like 1.6 million in the bank, and they lost 6 million. I don't know if the merger had anything that they talked about on the cash side or what. This is one I'd have to spend some time reading into. Sorry, I don't have enough information on this, but I would have to look into what the terms of the merger were.
CRDO, this continuing to rip. This on the scanner now as it's rolling higher here. This is a good mention. Whoever mentioned CRDO earlier. That was similar to A-Lab, right? And A-Lab's chart, I bet, also looks similar. Yep.
Yeah, so I don't have any of the glasses yet, Joe. And I'm really interested in what they could end up doing. That would be a sell for you. Like, I mean, as in you would sell Meta, or that would be you would be sold on Meta and you would buy it if they can be used for driving. Because I agree. I think that'd be great instead of or even having text messages appear out of the side of your eye so that you don't have to look down at your phone. Granted, you don't want to be texting and driving, but people are going to do it anyway. So if you encourage them to have it to where they still can keep their eyes on the road and view the text messages, or even have them read to you, glasses might be able to do that. But anything that gets people to stop looking away from the road and down at their phones or getting distracted by something else.
And if you think about it, like I know on my car, I have a heads-up display on my car, and it doesn't display text messages or anything, but it does display like what radio station or what track I'm playing. It also displays like the navigation instructions. And like what 13 is saying is it works really, really well. I actually find myself using my heads up display more than the infotainment system for the very reason that 13 mentioned. I literally keep my eyes on the road. I can still see what's ahead of me while I'm adjusting stuff. And so I would imagine the same thing would be true with the glasses.
Yes, Joseph Schmo. Yes, absolutely. You can do that. They just had a commercial.
Yeah.
Last night when we were watching the game, Ryan, you and I were talking about this.
Yep.
These dudes were, snowboarding and doing all different kinds of activities, and
where their hands were tied up.
Yeah, they weren't using their hands at all. They just said, "Hey, Meta, do this," and
how much more daylight do I have? How do I get home?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So absolutely, we're there. We're there. Absolutely.
Born to be Free saying people sit at red lights on their phones. Glasses will make it worse. That is probably true. Here's the one thing. So, okay, confession time here on Halloween. I do get upset with really poor drivers because they endanger not only themselves but others. But I generally speaking don't have road rage. I've never chased anyone down or anything like that. I've never done anything like that. But what I will say, Born, I have very little patience for people that do not pay attention at traffic lights. If I am behind you and the light turns green, you have about a second of a grace period to start the car moving. If you're sitting there doing your makeup, looking on your phone, talking to somebody, adjusting something in the back, I don't have patience for that, and I go right to the horn. So if you're right about that, and that's going to cause more people to sit at lights, that's a net negative for me. But that's just me. That's just me personally.
Look at DQ now. This thing is just a halt fest of the downside.
Day Trader says 100% the same. I can count to 3. Day Trader, that means that you have more patience than I, because I don't think I could make it to 3. Oh.
Yeah, and here's another question about driver courtesy. How long do you lay on the horn? Because I feel like that duration, kind of moves you from being courteous into a dick.
I do a tap. I do like a bump. Like just get your attention. If you keep sitting there, then we've got problems. Preach, Ryan. I'm trying to teach my fiance the power of the horn. Oh, that's a good comment. Yeah, I just tap. Yeah, I'm with you on that, Day Trader. That's funny. My blood pressure goes up when slow drivers are in the left lane. Yeah, me too. Although I will say in the Midwest here, people are pretty good about moving over. I've discovered that the 2 best states around me for aware drivers that get out of the left lane if they're going a little bit slower, Wisconsin and Indiana. Those drivers, they're generally speaking pretty good. They will get out of your way if they're going slower. And honestly, that's all I ask. I think that's makes the roadway safer, frankly. Does anyone have an obnoxious horn on their car that plays like Rodney Dangerfield's character in Caddyshack or anything like that? Buzz Lightyear here is suggesting a "Hey, wake up" setting on the horn. Just wondering if anyone has a crazy horn. I had one guy, he had a truck in my area. He replaced his horn with one that sounded like, a foghorn from a boat. And it was so effing loud. It was like, yep. And it was just obnoxiously loud.
There were people, when I was living in California, there were people that were doing that. They had an air compressor in the back and they had like an air horn, and they would just drive by groups of people and just blast it, scare the hell out of them.
The best is when I'm on a tee box on a golf course that's near a street and you're like in a backswing and you have a bunch of people honking the horn. That happens a lot.
Will robo-taxis honk at us? That's a good question. They might just patiently wait.
Yeah, I don't think that they will. MSAI here, possible VWAP bounce. I don't feel great about that. And Meta, Sue, I know, was Joe, you're watching Meta here. I'd like to see Meta start trading up. I'd consider day trading that today if it did trade up, but I don't know if that's what we're going to get. Tara, that's we had a girl that was mad because somebody was doing 5 mph over the speed limit, and she got mad because she said it would not speed up. She said that the 55 is merely a suggestion. Merely a suggestion.
I like train horns on dunks and slap shots too, right?
What?
I don't think Ryan got that.
No, say it again. I was reading a message from a colleague.
So we have a comment here. I like train horns on dunks, and I was like, oh yeah, on slap shots too, right?
Yeah, I mean, I like any horn on a slap shot. That means it went into the net. That's a really good sound.
Robotaxi should add blow horns. Coin is ripping, says Black Mamba. Getty getting pounded. Yeah, Getty is getting pounded. Getty pounded. That's the new stock name. RGTZ is back over 12. So did that hit the 20-day SMA? Please tell me it did.
Here. Oh,
it did. It did. RGTI hit the 20-day SMA and reversed. That is still working so far.
Oh my gosh. And that was so I should have been looking at RGTI. I wasn't. I was just looking at RGTZ.
No, yeah.
That's my fault.
I was saying since last week, it seems like every time that we test this 20-day SMA, the price reverses. And that's still the case today. Now, it hasn't completely come down and gone under 41 like I'd like to see, but so far it is getting a 20-day SMA rejection. You love me, but Netflix is being loved today. I don't hate Netflix. I just think that this split's going to make it very hard to trade. We might see some downside before we see more upside. Let's see here. So it's actually trying to get back above the 200-day SMA. Let's see what happens the rest of the day. We'll see what happens the rest of the day. Need to close above that. We need to close above that multiple times. More interesting that MSTR is back up far more than BTC bump would imply. That is interesting because isn't MSTR really heavily leveraged into that crypto? I think they'd probably want to, maybe I'm wrong about this, but I thought they would want to, they'd trade lower or not trade as well as Bitcoin. Maybe that's just me though. MSAI, this is still climbing. We're climbing back up into the 2 handle some more. Lots of big sellers in the way at 211, 215, and 220.
Bill asking about HIMS, which has earnings on Monday. Here's your HIMS chart. This actually had an all right day here today. It's after hours on Monday. Looks like we held the 200 EMA here on HIMS. This to me is all about the trend line that we had in here, and I got that at about 52. I actually, if they have good earnings, I almost wouldn't be surprised if this popped up towards 52. See if it gets through it. I don't have a position on HIMS right now. I don't know. I need to see like a convincing move. Well, we're not even actually above the 200-day SMA yet. The 200 is going to be a resistance area. I think it was support, and now it's resistance. If we get another close beneath that, I think we're going lower. What value do you have for the 200?
46.40.
Okay. I still don't. Whoever was asking about the trade desk, there's some call flow here. This looks like a 60 call for January. So it looks like there's some upside interest there. Palantir keeps moving higher.
Yeah,
Apple really hasn't bounced. Sorry, 13.
That's what we've been saying. It's you got to be careful when a company is going to do a split, whether it be reverse or forward. You got to be careful with that. And Netflix is one that might sell or go lower after the split before it turns back up. I think it'll recover, but it's probably going to end up going the same way a lot of these other large companies that split have. Walmart went lower before it went higher. Same with Apple and Tesla. So they all kind of can do that.
And I just think with so much more shares, if it's split, you have so many more shares, you're just likely to sell anyway, just for a portfolio rebalance.
Yeah, well, ETFs have to rebalance too.
Yeah, that's true. Izzy here mentioning 240 might get Amazon today on the pull. So you're thinking, just so I understand, you would try trading it at 240 if we keep dipping there. It's currently at 246 for context. Only stock that I see trading on pretty high volume here are the pennies, the actual pennies. Those don't look good to me at all. Someone mentioned B-Fly earlier. This came back in. Looks like it's challenging its VWAP. Meta's just kind of trading sideways here, but there really hasn't been a lot of like action from any of these.
Oh, so B-Fly had earnings. Okay.
Yeah.
Man, this company's still not able to turn a profit, huh? I just remember this one back from the pandemic. It looks like its sales might have grown, but still having a hard time on the EPS front. Well, what's looking good? Let's take a look at HKD. So so that's coming back in. 540 was the high print.
Hopefully you had your chance with that.
I didn't take a chance on this.
Or whoever, not you specifically, the royal you. Hood is moving. Hood, this is actually a nice move out of the gate. Yeah. Earnings here Wednesday. So you were talking about some other earnings coming up here. Looks like some of these, we've named a couple of these that are moving here today. Hood being one of them. Well, I don't have an earnings calendar for you for next week yet.
There was some news with Bull. Every time we talk Hood, I always look at Bull. Apparently yesterday they had some news on the crypto side. They expand their crypto futures offering with Doge and Solana. They also are going to, I guess, offer Nano XRP, Litecoin, some others. So expanding their options or their options of what kind of crypto they trade on their platform.
Now, we talked about that as being part of the bull thesis here, right? Because like that's one of the things that Robinhood really did well is they allow you to trade a lot of things, and we want to see bull do the same thing. Not enough to really have the stock respond.
We do. I think there needs to be some other kinds of offerings, like how Hood had I think the gold credit card or something like that.
Yep.
They need to start doing more stuff like that. I think and open up these revenue streams.
That makes sense. Dave made a cool 1,300 on HKD. Way to go, man! Excellent. Happy Halloween. That you got a treat today for sure.
Yeah, he did. It was a nice trick too.
Marvell, remember when we took a look at some of those semiconductors that were kind of beaten down? Wasn't Marvell on that list?
Marvell was one that we talked about potentially being able to go next, and it is.
Yeah.
Looks like they got a buy rating from JP Morgan. Harlan Sir from JP Morgan gave it a buy with a price target of 120. Which is,
I feel like we see Harlan on CNBC, don't we? Oh, here's SCNX. You guys were right. We did an exclusive on this not long ago. This popping back to dollar territory here.
So the price target it has for Marvell is going to be back up at where it was at the start of the year. In the 120s. It just golden crossed earlier this month, actually this week. Maybe last week, but
Meta looks like it's rolling over. Sorry.
In any event, looks like for MRVL, 100 is going to be the next big resistance area. But if we get through that, 120 seems like we could certainly go there. It just might take a little bit of time. Hood was 40, and now it's 150 almost. Yeah, but that was. Let's see, $40. That was kind of where it was getting support during the Liberation Day unwind and a little bit earlier. We did go underneath there, like we went down into the, I think we went as low as $30 on April 7th. and we've just been taking off ever since. What is this move here that we have since then?
Costco at the highs.
So yeah, Robinhood up 390% since the April bottom.
Meta continues to roll over here. Boy, I'm glad I didn't try any of those. Didn't try to trade on Meta. Amazon, this is drifting lower, although it's trying to trade back up.
What's that doing to the broader market? Are we getting a pull here in the SPY with these Max 7s coming in?
SPY's bouncing. Tech's trading up here. NASDAQ anyway is trading up here.
That was a big reversal off of the close from yesterday in the SPY, thanks to, what was it, Amazon that reported yesterday?
Yeah, Amazon was the big winner yesterday. Impulse moved higher, and then it grinded higher shortly after that.
But
Apple also traded higher.
But it is still not able to get above 685. So we opened at 685.08 and we just went lower. I have that previous all-time high of 685.54. That's going to be a big area to watch for too. But the 685 to that previous all-time high that I just mentioned, that's the area that needs to be recaptured, or else I think we're going lower.
All right, got about 15 minutes till we go over to Anne-Marie. Hopefully Anne-Marie can help us with some options trades here.
Yeah.
It's been a fun Halloween, but pretty inactive for me, honestly.
They're probably already out trick-or-treating.
I mean, at 10 o'clock in the morning?
Sure. Coffee and candy, why not? I don't know. I'm trying to find any excuse as to why.
I totally get it. I totally get it.
Or this market, maybe this market's undead. Who knows? We can make all kinds of jokes we want. But yeah, this market just doesn't have the volume seemingly today. So sold out of the gate, getting bought back up. But man, oh man, the volume doesn't look that great. Take care, Lion. Have a happy Halloween.
Take care of yourself, Lion. Enjoy. Be safe. Cat's doing some rearranging here in my office.
He is the assistant. HKD coming back, getting a lift up towards 5. MSAI still trying to hold $2. Well, open is at 771. Netflix up 42 points. Yeah, Netflix. So Open still got still dealing with that 20-day SMA at 771 that you just mentioned there. Got to get above that. It's nice that we got support from 730. That's a line that I've got marked off here. Also the 50-day SMA. But we really do need to get back above that 20-day SMA, or else I think we're going to lose the 50 again.
Tess saying my cat would be eating that plastic AI bubble. Yeah, he tried that initially, but then he tried to come in here when I was wearing it, and I looked at him and he just froze. Like, what the F is this? And then he stayed outside the office. He wouldn't come in, and I took it off. So I think he's kind of keeping his distance. He pulled a towel down that I had, and he's rearranging that right now. So at least he's busy.
Getty might go red, and I kind of laughed at that, but I think he's referring to it relative to the close from yesterday. Getty went all the way up to its 500-day SMA, got rejected, big gap fill to the downside, and if we do, come down and go red, it's going to be in the around $2 that we get that.
Here's your Getty. This chart just looks terrible. God, it just looks terrible.
Yeah, that thing is Getty wrecked.
Getty wrecked. All right. Catherine says, how many screens do y'all have? My main computer is 3 4K screens, and then I have a laptop on a dock that I can plug and play with another monitor above it. So a total of 4. Joe mentioning a tepid response for Rocket today. Indeed, that was actually higher after its earnings, and it's really kind of coming back in. Tepid is a really good way to put this. As I mentioned, I threw a stop out on my trailer Excuse me. I put a stop out of my trailer at 100% gain from the entry. Thank God I was selling this into the spike above 20. I think this might be done as well.
Yeah, it still looks like Rocket's trying to reverse. The fact that it got rejected by the 20-day SMA isn't that great, but hopefully we can close above 16. I don't think we want to lose that. Get multiple closes underneath that. I don't think we want that to happen.
Costco at the highs. That was paid its dividend out today, by the way. Palo Alto curling back up. Maybe a 221 break sends it. Who knows? Tesla also trading up a little bit.
When are we going back to RGTZ?
Well, didn't you say there was a entry on that here today as RGTI tested the 20-day again?
I mean, so far that's working, but like I've been saying since last week, I don't know how long this is going to work. And so far, it's still working, but we need to see this start losing 42 pretty soon.
Hey, Ryan. Happy Halloween, boss. Hope you're doing well. Long time no see. I'll tell you what, if Rigetti gets closer to the close and it looks kind of weak here, I think you could make the case for maybe adding a little RGTZ in case there's bad news or a pull on Monday.
Well, I'm pretty concerned about how the market's going to react on Monday once if we don't get the government reopened. We're going to have a lot of people that are going to be, having to either pay a lot more for their health insurance or they're going to just lose it completely. That's going to be an economic headwind.
Do you think that if we get headlines about the government reopening or even getting closer or something like that, that the market might respond to that?
I think health insurers are going to respond to that. Maybe some pharmaceutical names. I don't know. I would think that if there's going to be any response to that, it would be those companies. The broader market, maybe. I just don't know to what degree. I think this is going to affect more of the healthcare side, because that's kind of what I've been on about. Yeah. With needing to reopen prior to November 1st, because the ACA, the Affordable Care Act, there's things that the Democrats and Republicans like different things about that. So it doesn't really it's not making sense to me that they would just let this thing, die off. Mm-hmm. I think it has bipartisan support. So if there can be some kind of continuing resolution that at least keeps it going until they figure out, how to fund the government going forward, that would be great. But I'm just a little bit concerned that they're not going to end up doing that.
Well, they haven't voted for the CRs yet, so we'll see. FI, what do we think? Did we think this bottomed yesterday? It's up a little bit here today. Morning, Amanda. Amanda, what is your Halloween costume?
My whole thing was that I didn't think that they were going to cut in October and they were going to cut in December. I don't think I said anything about them being hesitant. I appreciate the comment, but I don't think I said anything about them being about Powell being hesitant in December. I just thought that we were only getting 2 this year. It was going to be in September and December, because I believe that a quarterly rate cut cycle is what they should be going forward with right now. But we'll see what we end up getting in December, because we might have certain things happen in the market that would point in the direction of a cut in December. But I don't know if we're there yet. Okay, so I said there would only be one work. Okay, I'll take that. I did say that. We'll see how right I am come December. All right.
It's a little risque. I have a Richard Nixon mask, and then I have a giant box that I'm wearing around my midsection.
Oh, I get it.
Oh. You should tweet it to the stream, Amanda.
Look
to the X handle. Sorry, 13.
BQ. This thing just continues to be a halt fest to the downside. I don't think it's halted right now, but this thing is now at 810, or just bounced off 810 from hitting a high of 27.77 this morning. Pump and dump, folks. This is what they look like. Looks like CTM is trying to turn around. I don't know if this is going to really get going. It's got a lot of resistance to the upside. There's some sellers in the way at 127, 130. Supply zone that starts at about 132, goes up to about 140. And there's another supply zone above that. We're going to need to see some big volume expansion in CTM if we're going to go back up to those heights.
Let me ask you folks. So we have Western Digital here. They reported better than expected earnings and guided above the estimates. And stock is it's still higher here today, but it's lower from the open. Actually kind of looks like on this intraday chart, maybe we put in a double top here. Anyone think this might be the start of a move down in Western Digital? I know we talked about that a few times here for potential regression back to the mean.
I mean, if it's going to be a move down in Western Digital, it could be a move down in STX and MU.
Yeah, that's why because the other one, this was the first to report earnings, right? Let me see. Let me just check that here real fast. Yeah. See, and look at Seagate out of the open.
I guess that party might be over too.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm almost wondering if there's another trade here because there's a lot longer for these things to fall. And I'm sorry. Seagate was the first one to report. What about SanDisk? Yeah, SanDisk in 6 more days. So Seagate moving lower here, SanDisk moving higher.
Yeah,
and Western Digital still holding by about 7.5%.
So real quick before, because I think I'm about to have to be done here for today, but Matthew saying that Fed cut and mortgage rates went up. That's because the Fed funds rate isn't tied to the 10-year like it is to the 2-year. This is going to affect short-term rates more than long-term rates. And mortgage rates are based off of the 10-year. So the 10-year is going to move more in line with the thought of what economic future is going to be like. So if people think that there's going to be more inflation as a result of cutting rates, then yeah, those yields in the 10-year are going to go higher. So that's the unfortunate reality there. But we have seen the situation where after these rate cuts we've been getting lately, that they initially the longer term time frame, the longer term yields will go up, but then they'll decline eventually, because we just saw after the September cut they rose, and then the 10-year went underneath 4. So let's just give it a little bit of time and see what happens in the next month. Maybe the 10-year will come down, but
I just got to do the AI bubble one more time. Got to make sure Anne Marie sees it when we bring her on here. Amanda, here's my costume, AI bubble. Do it one more time. Happy holiday.
Yeah. And with that, I think I will leave room for Anne Marie to come on here, because it is about that time for me to go and celebrate Halloween with the family. Folks, I mean, is that about time?
Yeah, I think let me see. I remember, I can't see anything through this thing. Yeah, she's here. It looks like she's ready. Anne Marie, can you give me a thumbs up if you're good to go? Looks like she's good to go. So, all right, 13. Any Halloween plans?
I'm going to probably be passing out candy. HKD is ripping right now, just so you know, folks. Have a wonderful Halloween. I'll see you all on Monday. Don't get too overstuffed on candy, and have a wonderful rest of your day. Take care, everybody.
Yeah, 13, real quick. Another idea for a costume is I should have gone as the Invisible Man and then just not shown up to work. Nobody would know because I'm invisible.
Then you'd be going as John Cena.
Okay, well, that's maybe an idea for next year. All right, 13, happy Halloween. Enjoy the candy. Don't eat too much. Yep. And yeah, we'll see you on Monday. Take care, boss.
Take care.
All right, that is 13. 13's departure leaves room for Anne Marie. Let's bring her on. Anne Marie, how you doing?
Dude, if there was anything that said that you are a frugal and smart young man, it's that AI costume.
Okay, well, I will take that. You didn't call me cheap, instead you called, so that's positive. You called me a young man, which doesn't feel accurate at all, but I'll take it as well. The one
if I'm old enough to be your mom, you're young.
Okay,
saying.
fair enough. I don't think that you are, though, but we'll nonetheless. I will say it is difficult to breathe in this, so I can understand why bubbles pop because it's hard to breathe.
Plastic will do that. Plastic will do
Plastic,
that.
plastic will
Yeah.
do that. Okay, Anne-Marie. Why don't you get us started here so I can be normal again? Here's your charts. What do we got on deck here for today?
So, for those of you that missed Mark Petrino's segment this morning, it was filled with so many sensibilities and just, I love the way that Mark looks at the market. It is just very straightforward. He talks about the laws of supply and demand, about buyers holding up, about sellers coming in, and really the simplicity of what he was talking about was really great. So you've got to check that out. But the reason that I'm bringing that up is because he positioned in stocks a number of things that we can look at. And so I sort of wanted to go through a few of them to see what's going. The first thing is you want to decide how long you want to keep your position on for. And so because we're dealing with market volatility that's pretty impressive, intraday volatility, my thought is, listen, give yourself some time to let your trades work out. Okay. And so, hang on 2 seconds. Speaking of which, I've got a trade in gold that I think I should cover. So, all right. That being said, let's take a look at a few of those. The first one, he talked about Costco. And so we can build some things around that framework that give us some good price action. We can also look at Amazon likely to hold in the future. So I want to give you a couple of thoughts about where we might be going, and then think to yourself, hey, if I could put aside a little bit of money, say $200-300, and push it way out into the future to get myself a really nice payoff, is it worth it? Right? And so we're looking at a potential reversal that could come in and then a brand new bounce. So let's get after it. I've just been talking too much. So on the flip side, we have Lulu still doing its thing. We talked about that last time. Mark did talk about, hello, mouse, what you doing? Okay. He did talk about the equal weight in the S&P being a downward sloping chart. I think we're already seeing rotation. It's the reason that a chart like SanDisk is moving like a chart, a reason that, last time we talked, I said, hey, listen, 169 is going to be that bounce zone event. It literally came in, maybe 166, but then turned around making a new high. It's the reason Micron continues to move higher. All of these things tell us that there's rotation underneath to the things that are holding up. And then also the big one is, why did Caterpillar do so well? They told us all kinds of heavy machinery being bought and leased for the build of data centers. That's literally what they said in their earnings report. And so we're looking at a lot of ways that price action can hold over a term and give us room to run. So for the reason that I'm going through all of this, Ryan, is I wonder if you have a request in terms of, hey, can we look at a couple short term and a couple long term? Can we look at whatever? I don't know which way do you want to go?
Well, you mean which stocks do we
No,
want to
no,
look at?
both with
Or no,
stocks, but the time of hold. What do we want to think about in terms of the time of hold that you think would be great for the viewers and,
okay.
just for the
I got you.
person?
I sorry for misunderstanding. Okay, here's what I think. So I think if we want to target stocks that are we're still kind of in the meat. I know we just had the big earnings reports, but we're still kind of in the meat of earnings season. So this is the way I would look at it. I would say if you were looking for maybe a long-term options trade, let's maybe pick one where the earnings report is already out of the way and see if we can figure out a trade for that. But if we do want, maybe we should mix it up. Maybe we should do a trick and a treat, a little bit of both. We should do a short term and a long term here. So we can pick maybe like Amazon or Apple for the long term since the earning event is out of the way. And then maybe something like Robinhood for a short term, which reports earnings next week.
Okay.
You were just talking about SanDisk. They have earnings, but that we kind of already did that one. I'm trying to think. Let me tell you what. Let's start with those. Let's start with either Apple, Amazon, or Robinhood, and let me look and see what we have for next week. And do any of you have a stock for earnings next week that you're looking at? If so, throw them in the chat. Otherwise, I'll pull the list.
Okay. All right.
Does that work?
Perfect.
Emily?
That's perfect.
Okay.
So we've got a big fat round number in Apple. And so let me take a look at the call walls sitting in here. Oops.
And this is interesting. Here, Anne-Marie, I'm sorry for changing course on you. Day Trader says, I've seen a bunch of gap and go plays post earnings. What is a good strategy for a long option trade when you see that? So when you see a stock beat and looks like it wants to keep going here, how do you play that with the options?
Okay, so the question is, how do you know it looks like it wants to keep going? That's actually the real question. And the only way you can actually tell that is if you've watched it 2 days to 3 days post earnings. It's not the earnings day that matters. It's the 3 days after the earnings day that tells you whether that price action is going to hold. So let's take a look at this. Apple reported, and it's already $7 off of its high, right? To me, I don't like that so much, right? I don't want Apple to gap up, look awesome after earnings, and then give everything back and fall into the close of the prior day. So my thought here is particularly seasonality suggests that this one is going to leak. But in the long term, it's going to be something that heads to the north. So how do you want to trade that? First of all, with this notion of gap and go, how long are you talking? Are you talking couple of days, couple of weeks, couple months? When a stock reports and 2 hours into the trading day, 90 minutes into the trading day, it's $7 off its high, I don't think that's particularly bullish. Now, we do know that Apple's got some upside. The opening of the month was $250. So how do you say, listen, I want to put on an Apple trade that's going to pay me, but I'm okay with being patient? My thoughts, one, I would go all the way into December 2026, all the way down. And I would say, let's see if we can find order flow. And wouldn't you know it, we've already got 8,000 contracts at the $300 strike, right? So if we're looking at that and we go, okay, I'm going to butterfly that, and I'm going to butterfly it with, it's going to cost me a couple of bucks because I want to give it some range. The next group is at 7,000 or at 250. So
350.
350, excuse me, 350. And so I've got myself a trade that looks like a move to the, actually, you know what? We're going to do a condor here. We don't normally do these, but they're going to be cheaper than a butterfly per se. So 50 points, so $5,000 of upside for each contract. And then we're going to do the 360 to 400, right? So this iron condor, it's going to be $1,000 for a play in Apple, $970. Going to be a play in Apple that lasts for an entire year. You might go, I don't want to do that. You can make it smaller. You can go 300 to 320, 340 to 360. Play around with this condor. But what it gives you is, if this chart continues to move up, all the way up, it gives you $5,000 of upside for $970 of exposure. And it allows you to pay for that upside with a short call from 360 to 400 that you can always manipulate through the year. If you say, hey, I don't want to do that, you can easily say, all right, I'll just try it for June. It's $7.95 in June. If you think the price action is going to give you something really nice earlier, you can do that. But I have to tell you, I don't like the price action of Apple here after earnings. Now, if 3 days from now, if you and I get back together on Tuesday and it's recovered that, I'm all about it. But at this juncture, I would easily see sideways to a fade into old support at near the 250 area, at which point the 250 edge, if it comes in all the way there, you could easily go, all right, the 4,000 there. Let's go 290, 320, 350 butterfly. It's $400, right? And it gives you that same 30 to 30. But the difference is with this condor, there's a lot greater likelihood you're going to hold a lot of that premium over time. Even if price action continues to run up, the butterfly will start leaking the moment it gets up over 320.
Okay. Day Trader here was saying maybe 2 to 3 weeks as his potential swing there.
Okay.
So if you do pick a condor that's like out in 2026, if it keeps moving in your direction, can you close that early maybe if you didn't want to?
Of course.
Okay. So you're basically just giving yourself enough time there to make sure that happens.
Time is going to be your superpower in this environment.
Got it. And then the Phoenix here was asking why always using condors as an option strategy. Well, and Anne-Marie, correct me if I'm wrong here, but you're trying to finance some of this trade with other people's money, right? That's part of it.
I also have never put on a condor on the show, so I'm not sure about the always comment. I use iron condors, but not condors. A long condor. The difference between a condor and an iron condor is that an iron condor protects you for downside and upside risk. A condor sits on one side. It's either all calls or all puts. So it's directional. You can see the delta here is 18. That gives us directional flow to the bullish side. But you can close this at any time. You can say, hey, you know what? If this thing runs up the hill, I'm going to stay in here and I'm going to cover this when it hits $10, right? And you're out of it. It can move easily that high. The good thing is if it starts leaking, there's all kinds of downside protection here for you. It keeps the range and price of that condor in a space that's not tough to stomach, as it were.
Okay. Thank you for the explanation there. Good stuff. All right. What do you want to do next?
Let's do Amazon.
Let's do Amazon.
So I don't know if you guys know this, but there is a website called ruletheworld.com.
What's
It's
it
actually
called?
Rule the World.
Ruletheworld.com. Okay.
It's owned by Jeff Bezos.
Okay.
Just honest to goodness, that's true. Not sure if he's hidden it, but it was a well documented fact, and so he is also, very intent on running things up. But again, here's another one: 255 was the mark for me at the top of the range into the end of November. Price action comes out. They go, "Hey, listen, this is awesome." Open of the day, it immediately starts fading.
Mm-hmm.
Show me a warning sign. Not a warning sign of, oh my gosh, the stock's going to crash. It's no, people are saying, hey, listen, this has been an awesome trade for me. I'm going to ring the register here. I'm going to position. I'm going to do a couple of different things. So here's where the call wall sits in Amazon. I think it blew through the call wall this morning. Yes. The call wall is at 250. No, 250. 250. No, 250. Yes. And so it hit the call wall, the resistance wall on the weaker month. And now the traders are trying to pull it back into the 0 DTE call, which is 240. I know this morning you were looking for the estimated move.
Yeah.
They blew the doors off of
Do
the
you remember what it was? I couldn't find it.
It was,
Like 6-7%.
yes, I think it might have been.
And it went when we opened, to your point,
Yeah.
we were up 13+%. So
Yeah.
you're not kidding about it blowing the doors off. It doubled that.
Yeah, 7.3%.
Okay.
Was what
So
the
almost
options-
double. Yeah.
Yeah. So it was a beast, and option sellers got taken to the cleaners. So what do they want to do? They want to win this game in the space of, hey, can we see this motion that comes in off of this 450? Can I lose the pressure to 440? And can I give the price action back that I want to see into the zone? And so 240 is going to be a nice clean range. Do I think this chart's going to lift? Yes. I absolutely believe that Amazon has what it takes, and Jeff Bezos and company will do what it takes to continue to hold margin off of everything. I mean, even after all of that, good heavens, after that AWS fiasco, all that told us is, yeah, a lot of people are using this. Kind of like with CrowdStrike. When CrowdStrike, that business with CrowdStrike happened, what was it? $174? What is it now? 500 and something?
Yeah, it's just insane.
So,
and I mean,
absolutely.
their earnings, like their cloud revenue is back to growing 20+% now.
Yeah, huge.
So it's just,
yeah, dips are going to be buy. So the question is, how do you want to trade this in general? And you can do it two ways, but it's going to cost money because everybody's piling in. That means call side implied volatility is going to rise, and put side implied volatility is going to fall. And so if you're staring it down, you can say, hey, listen, should be bullish into the end of December. I can sell a put spread at 220 to 210. On top of that, I can buy, let's see where all the 270, there's 39,000 there. There's 42,000 at 255. You could buy easily, if you want to bound yourself, you could buy the 255, sell the 270, right? You could buy the 270 calls outright. You could buy the spread outright from there, or you can say, you know what, I'm going to try and YOLO this and see if it comes in to 300 at the end of the year because it's going to run really hot. here's the thing. Your probability of success declines as you move further down the spread. But you can see a lot of people are thinking the same thing. 74,000
Yeah.
in open interest. So why not follow them? 78 cents, that's $78. But just let that be your only bit. And if you want to, sell the 220, 210 put spread and pay for it completely. So you have a little bit of margin required with your short put, but you buy the call outright. You end up, if nothing happens and the stock doesn't move from here, you still end up on the plus side because you've collected this credit of $1.19. Remember, your thought as an investor should be, how do I position for upside motion that is realistic at the cheapest price and with the least risk? Those are a lot of levers to pull in a space like this. There are a lot of levers to pull in a space like this. In my mind, we have somebody that I talked to Ryan about it this morning over Slack. If you don't follow 42 Macro on X, Twitter, and you want to understand big picture formations, you need to do it. He's a great macro guy, but all he does is data analytics. It's not what's best for, this is how it might. He says, data says this. And his data report that he put out this morning said, listen, liquidity is going to give you an upshot into the end of the year. That doesn't mean that there won't be dips. You just probably ought to buy them when they come in.
Okay.
So that's that framework there. A nice trade that could easily do some big things. It's not a sexy place at all, but it is Caterpillar, and they're doing very well. It's the biggest upside they've had since the 21st century began. And so could it run for a while? Yes, absolutely. Do you want to trade it short term as it continues its run? You could, absolutely. The question is, what's it done since the earnings event? And it has not broken the high. The definition of gap and go is, hey, I gapped up and now I'm going. This chart has got to get up over 600 for us to go, yeah, we've got continuation. Otherwise, a trade that says, a lot of people might take profit here. Why don't I sell a put spread at 550? And if the stock continues to go up, I'll just keep selling the same put every month, right? So is it going to give you a ton of premium? Maybe not, but it doesn't look too bad, right? 277, if you want to turn it into an iron condor and you go, hey, 650, that'll give you something. 650 to 660, that's almost half the size of the spread. For me, it tells me, hey, listen, they haven't broken out. If they do break out, 650 is the next big fat round number. And so I've got time in this space. I happen to love this Caterpillar iron condor. I really, really do.
Okay. Another condor, this time
Yeah.
the iron variety.
Yes.
I'm sorry. I had to make the joke.
Yeah. So let's take a look at Hood. Right?
Yep.
So here we have Hood. If we look at it on a daily formation, it's got upshot at 150 is the top of the range. It's got a fair bit of positive seasonality, and then it drops off into this sideways pressure event, which tells me a pop and drop is more than likely. So let's frame it out. Here is a candlestick that's trying to stay above all of the accumulation over the last 3-4 days, right? It's trying to stay above that area. Earnings on the 5th, what is that, Wednesday or something?
November 5th. Yeah, I think that is Wednesday.
Yeah.
Yes, November 5th is Wednesday.
So we stare this down, we have a look at it, and if you go, what, wow, vol, monstrous. Okay, so we're not going to look there. Let's look at the 21st and see that they are pricing in $23 on this move. That's a lot, right? 23 bucks isn't that 10% is $14, $28 is 20%.
Yeah, that's like a 15% move.
Yeah, that's huge. So if they're thinking that, then we're going to see most of the accumulation at that $23 framework. So where is $23 from where we are? 2, 3, that's 26. 126 is all the way up here, right? That's 126. And then 2, 3, that's 72. 175. This is it here. So what do you want to do? Well, if you're a little bit crazy, you could sell a naked strangle. Yeah, it gives you $600, but in this market, I just would never do that. There's some people that would, but I would not. So how can you trade this? If you're thinking outside motion, which is, I mean, why not, right? 137 is the breakdown into this 125, and then 114. So if it moves up there, it could move nowhere. It could move all the way down or all the way up. And so if we look at that what's that 179 number that's highlighted there? Why am I looking? Oh, I see. That is market trend. You could give yourself December for this one as it moves forward. That butterfly, I'm going to put up some butterflies simply because we're looking for a pretty big move. And so if we say, hey, 125, this is actually moving 30. So let's use 125 to 110. Oops, sorry, wrong. 125 to 110 to 95. Right? That's $1.59, $1,500 to the upside. And both of these, I'm going to show you a little trick. All right. So this next one is going to be 175 to 190 to, it goes to 210, doesn't it? Dang it. All right. We can't do that one. We have to do, let's do 170. It's going to be a little bit more expensive. 170 to 190 to 210. All right, 189 and 159. Now, let's say that hood does nothing. And you come in the next day and these guys are leaking just a little bit. What you can do to protect the rest of this premium is go the following. If this happens and the price does nothing, then you go to call site 190 to 210, right? And then you go to 110 to 95 and you sell the iron condor, what this does is the following. If the price action does nothing, you recoup all of your money and then some. So you're back to flat if price action does nothing. If it collapses further, you make $1,500 plus you've recouped all the money that you spent on your butterflies. Or if it moves up the $20, you make $2,000 and you recoup the money on your butterfly. So this is going to stay in place. If the price action does nothing, the first thing you're going to do is put on the iron condor to recoup your
initial cost.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay, got
then
it. That's
you
cool.
wait it out because the price action has likely seasonality into the end of the year. If it dips a little, you take your put butterfly off, you leave your iron condor and your call butterfly on. It continues to the end of the year. You make $2,000. You have the premium from your iron condor, and Bob's your uncle.
Okay, that's a pretty cool trick. Now, obviously, it uses a lot of the same strikes, but it looks like you're either buying or selling those same ones.
That's exactly right. So it's when you put that in, when you stare at it, it's going to look like a 1x3x2 butterfly.
Oh.
But you're going to put it in after the fact when you know the price action has said, I'm not moving.
Okay. All right. So it's basically two parts, right? First part of the flies, the second part's the condor if it does in fact go sideways. Got it.
Exactly.
Okay, cool.
Exactly.
Amanda says, I like this trade. Amanda said she does the trades that you do that you don't want to do in this market. But then she also said, I would Jade Lizard the top. I don't even know what the hell you just said there.
Okay, so Jade Lizard is...
Of course, that's a real thing.
It is. Jade Lizard is what Tasty Trade calls a particular option collection by selling an additional put or selling an additional call, depending on the direction that you're going to collect a little bit extra premium.
Okay.
So,
all right.
Of course, Amanda's got all the lingo.
I was going to say, nobody's surprised there. All right. Anne-Marie, awesome stuff. Happy Halloween. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. And we're going to sync up again next week. All right.
Yes, absolutely. Thanks so much for making that costume show up for me. I appreciate it.
Yep, no problem. Look, AI bubble. I mean, it sounds pretty good. I gave it a shot. Thankfully, I was able to one day some rain ponchos from Amazon, so it worked out.
There you go.
All right, Emery. Have yourself a good weekend. Hopefully more treats than tricks. Take care.
All right, thanks. Bye-bye.
All right, that is Anne-Marie, folks. Next, we're going to bring on Paulo for Simply... Oh, I lost it again. Paulo, happy Halloween. How you doing?
Hello, Ryan. Happy Halloween. Can you hear me correctly?
Yes, you sound good.
Perfect.
What do you got coming up?
How are you? Some charts, some breakouts on important charts as always, and some AI plays for the upcoming weeks.
Okay, sounds good. Trading Made Simple today with Paulo starts right now.
Welcome back, traders. This is Sandra with Trading Made Simple. I'm here to show you short-term proven strategies. People think trading is a one-size-fits-all market. It's not. We live trade and train daily. Let's talk trading.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. How is it going? I hope we are all having a great week, and happy Halloween to everyone. All right. So as always, we're going to be going through the charts. We're going also to review some of the plays we signaled in our the last time we connected here 2 Fridays away. We're going to check out our winners, and also we have one so far loser. We're of course going to update on that one. And as always, if anyone would like to request any chart, any ticker, any stock you would like to see, please just type it in the chat room. I got the chat room right here to my right on another screen, so I can view any requests that we might receive for tickers. Please feel always encouraged and welcome to ask for any stock. All right. So let's start here. First, we're going to start with the indices. which are looking a bit risk off. And then we're going to go into individual stocks, which are actually looking quite bullish. So that's what I'm having a bit of a hard time to trying to understand. How is it that individual stocks are still looking bullish? We're still seeing bullish breakouts of both important names, but the indices kind of look a bit risk off. So let's start here. All right, the S&P 500, our first chart. We are developing a brand new Elliott wave cycle. My projection for the wave one was actually around here, but initially we are breaking out. So of course I have had to update it to the last peak. What is it that I do like from this chart? Of course, it would be the bullish breakout. We're breaking out from the 6-year structure. And that's kind of signaling a blow off top in price for SPX. But there is just one thing that doesn't let me believe this initial breakout in price. And of course, that's going to be the RSI indicator. RSI indicator being a momentum indicator, such as the ROC, stochastic, MACD. Momentum indicators usually break out or down, break up or down before price action, indicating the upcoming move in the markets. All right, it's pretty common and good setup to see price consolidating at resistance, and then we see the breakout on the indicator before. That's an early signal. Hey, we're breaking out on this chart. And it also works from a bearish divergence perspective when we're seeing a breakout in price action, but we're not seeing that follow through on the RSI indicator. That would be telling me, hey, wait a minute here, warning. This seems to be potentially turning into a fake breakout for the SPX, just if we want to be objective on analyzing the indicators. Another thing I don't like is that we have reached the top of the Bollinger Band in the weekly time frame. If that is the case, if we finally go for that potential wave 2 correction, I would be looking at 6,430 at the 0.2 Fibonacci retracement. Initially, last 2 weeks when we were rejecting here, I was looking at previous highs and the lower of the Bollinger Band. But since individual stocks are many of them showing bullish breakouts, I do think maybe if the S&P 500 is able to go through a correction, it would be the smallest valid correction for a corrective wave according to Elliott wave theory, and that would be retesting the 0.236 at 6,400. Bears would try to argue 6,100, but I wouldn't be discussing that right now. I think it's either a bullish breakout and we continue, right? If we are able to break above 69.20, or if not, I would be looking at 64.30 as a potential dip buying opportunity. And we have the same on the Dow. The Dow, we are actually retesting the highs of the range. It's the same structure as the S&P 500, and we are not yet seeing that breakout. All right, we're not yet seeing that breakout on the RSI indicator. I wouldn't be surprised to retest 45,340 range on what could be a wave 2 for the Dow, and we do have the same scenario for NASDAQ. For NASDAQ, we are also with a strong breakout. We actually already retested and continue higher, but we're not seeing that momentum yet on the indicator. We're still kind of retesting a pretty serious resistance trend line. If, of course, we're able to break here and close on the indicator, that would be signaling that this momentum could continue. I wouldn't rule out a retest of our channel, of our structure. This would be a wave 2 here to 23,500, 23,900, and that would be a dip buying opportunity. So the indices do look a bit overextended. And now let's go into individual stocks. I will share some setups and then we're going to check the request. I see we do have some requests. Yes, Black Mamba is requesting NTLA. I will absolutely check NTLA, which I will be discussing a potential buy with keeping in mind all the panic that there has been through the chart. But I do have some nice data for NTLA. First, we're going with our favorite stocks. And my favorite right now on the semiconductors for a buy right now, not for momentum. There's other stocks that have hotter momentum, is Marvel. Marvel, we have been signaling the wave 3 here. We are actually at the highest price since we started this wave 3. I like that we are breaking out on the RSI indicator. And what I actually do like a lot too is the big volume here that we are seeing, indicating that all this volume is actually translating into bias. We're seeing a sharp bounce here. We have already confirmed a wave 3 for Marvel, as we have broken above wave 1 high, which is 85, and scenario ultimately remains bullish, but very bullish, above 85. We actually already retested that level as support, and we follow through with a higher price action. Let me go here, bit more zoom. My price target for Marvel Technologies, 130, 140, and I do think Marvel Technologies will break out those structures as we're seeing on the other semiconductors. Let's go super quickly. Micron, we already saw it. Wave 1, wave 2, that rally, we discussed this as wave 3, and it seems it's still wave 3. Still, don't try to catch it here. Wave 3 should correct. It should give us a wave 4 buying opportunity, and we should be continuing higher. So it would be kind of by the correction. All right, but we can see how Micron is breaking above that structure. QCOM, also we were looking at it as wave 3, wave 1, wave 2, inverse head and shoulders, seems that we're reaching that high. So we can see all this momentum in semiconductor stocks. Many of these seem to be on wave 3. ANET, I think wave 1 was here. I would need to redraw my first one, but seems that ANET, I would say it's already kind of on wave 3. I yet have to determine where of this small pullbacks that was the wave 1. We're breaking above that level. AMD, also the inverse head and shoulders, already wave 3. I do think AMD, we're breaking above 270 and we're breaking higher. So yes, if you're thinking if I'm bullish on semiconductor stocks, I'm very bullish on them. ASML, the inverse head and shoulders, we had the wave 1, wave 2. All the semiconductor stocks have the same chart, and they're doing just one by one. They're breaking out. They're having those gaps one by one. We saw it on AMD, then we saw it on QCOM. We have not yet seen it on Marvel. That is the reason Marvel remains my favorite buy on the semiconductor. You're going to see how Marvel has not yet reached their ASML, basically the same Taiwan semiconductor. I think I have to update this, as my wave 1 would be here. We are already on wave 3. For Taiwan semiconductor, we broke above it. And for Broadcom, I will also have to update this. Looks like we are already on wave 3. So as we have seen, all semiconductor stocks are breaking out. Of course, the king, NVIDIA. Seems we had a flat correction. I didn't read this one correctly. I was waiting for 150 for a buy the dip setup, but seems that we went for a flat correction, an ABC flat correction, and we would already be in wave 3, especially as we are breaking above those structures as well. And the RSI indicator is already breaking out. So that's what a bit hard for me to understand is how the indices are not showing yet the momentum breakouts. We're seeing the breakout in price when we have so many important stocks breaking out. But remember this, right? NVIDIA, all the semiconductor stocks showing those breakouts, and which seems about to start that momentum. Marvel still has halfway until we can retest that one. They actually increased my position here for Marvel. I'm very bullish. Insider buying, I think the ratio is 4-5 to 1. And it's very bullish. I think we're in a wave 3. I would be very long Marvel. The other one I like here would be Super Microcomputer. Yes, I know they had all these drop, but they are showing some volume on this breakout. This seems to be a wave 1 into a 5-point correction under an ABCDE triangle. ABCD. We might actually retest maybe 44, 45 if we don't break out first, but I do think that the breakout above 59 would be signaling a very bullish breakout for Super Microcomputer. Now I want to go with NTLA, which I signaled it as my second favorite stock, and we went from 11 to 28 back to 11. And of course, it would be important to signal this one. But first, let me signal CRISPR, because I would like to show what we're seeing on the genomic stocks. And the most important genomic stock would be CRISPR. So CRISPR, all right, first wave higher. We're seeing the big volume on that breakout. Insider buying is all long, basically. And what we're seeing here is an ABC flat correction. This would be A, B, C. So we are kind of still on wave 2, even though wave 2 already seems to have bottom. We are basically about, it would seem we're about to start a wave 3. So it seems that genomic stocks actually went through a correction, and they would be signaling the next leg higher, potentially starting in the upcoming weeks. With that in mind, which was bloody and actually painful, as I do have to admit it, was NTLA. I do have to admit this one hurt. We have been signaling it as a buy since we actually retested the all-time lows on huge insider buying, and we broke above everything with what by that time was huge volume. By that time, this was huge volume. Let me go into the monthly time frame. See, we were trading every week at record high. With what has happened this week, the previous volume seems nothing, and that's what I would be reading as a forced liquidation. So on the stock, I enter somewhere around 10, 11. I hold basically up until 6, 7, and then we went all the way until 27. This was kind of like a 3, 4x move. And then this was all on, they don't yet even have an FDA approval. This is a super, super risky trade, right? The only genomic stocks with an FDA approval, but they're just starting. Imagine they had their FDA approval, I think it was this year. It's CRISPR. NTLA doesn't even have a product yet on the market. That's how early it is, okay? So if you like the setup, it's to position a bit, as this one could be a 10x, as we can also drop 50% as we did, right? So don't try to chase it, just kind of try to buy the crash. And I think this would be the buy the crash. I think this is the wave 2. Yes, it was very painful, but basically we're retesting all the support levels we broke above. We broke above the 20, the 40-week moving average. We broke above resistance, above everything, and we are retesting that level of support with record volume. Just on this week, we have done all this volume. We have surpassed all the volume we have seen on the previous weeks. I do think NTLA would be a buying opportunity here. It would be a buy when there's blood in the streets. Institution, it's a BlackRock State Street Vanguard stock, all right? It's a serious company with serious institutional players behind, and insider buying to selling, I think it's like 9, 10 to 1. So insider buying with all this volume on the breakout, I do think this is kind of like a forced liquidity. Maybe they're forcing out some over leverage plays. I do not know that, but what I do know is that this volume here, I know it's kind of still a red volume, but I do think this volume is still kind of coming in at support. So I do think this one was a buy here. Let me see here. Yes, they had a problem with the liver, but their treatment has been paused for 30 days. That was kind of like a black swan event. So it's also a protocol. I would like to mention that if a patient on this process of the treatment has a problem like the one they had with the liver, they have a protocol in which they have to take a 30-day pause, and now the FDA will do an update in 30 days from here. Yes, that is a catalyst, but I do think this was a bear trap. I do think because of the volume and the insider buying and all. Let's go now with the place here, and also Amazon. We were talking about Amazon for earnings. Amazon wave 3 here. Yes, Jeff Bezos is back, guys. All right. Amazon, all Max 7 stocks breaking above their structures. I don't think Amazon will not do so. Wave 1, ABC correction. Wave 2, after earnings, we have already confirmed into all-time highs. Maybe we could reject that resistance. We could retest our breakout at 230. That would be the ultimate buying opportunity. My personal price target for Amazon, I think 300. And I do think on this cycle, we might reach 350. And I would also be calling a buy on Meta. And that is the only one. Now we're going quickly with the request. I'm calling a bottom on Meta. Wave 1, I also do think we're breaking out on Meta. This would be a 5-point correction. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We are already bouncing on the Bollinger Band low. This is actually going to give us the Bollinger Band swing trade in which we break below and then we get into. I do think this is wave 2 bottom for Meta. I would be calling Meta right here a great buying opportunity. My price target for this cycle, I think we could be seeing 1100 or 1200. Now let's go here into the runs. NTLA, we already checked it. Palantir, all right, let's go with Palantir. Ethereum, yes, of course we're going with Ethereum. Taiwan Semiconductor, I already have that one charted. And yes, okay, so let's go here with Palantir. Palantir, I had two potential setups, and I do think we're going with the one that this is a wave one. Yes, we had a previous cycle, we corrected it, we broke above it, and this would be the wave one. Initially, I was looking at a potential ABC, maybe flat correction, retesting here. But since we are already breaking out, I do think if we are able to close the weekly candlestick like this, Palantir remains a wave three above 190. Technically, scenario remains very bullish. The only problem is Palantir is trading at how much in sales? How much in sales? Price to sales ratio of 150. That's just too much, but technically it does look bullish. What would be my confirmation? We need to break out on the RSI, all right? There's no bull run for Palantir if the RSI continues showing the bearish divergence. I would have preferred to see the RSI breaking out before price action, all right? But we're not seeing that. So careful on Palantir, even though it remains bullish above 190. We also had a request for Taiwan Semiconductor. Taiwan Semiconductor looks like we are already on wave three. Wave one was up until here. What me? Because I was looking at a wave one here. I updated this actually today. What tricked me is that we didn't retrace the 0.2 Fibonacci. Let me show you where we actually retraced. And that tricked me because from the Elliott wave, I learned you do have to retreat to the 0.236 for it to be a valid wave 2 or 4. That would be 221, and we went to 223. All right, yes, I know that's kind of tight mathematics, but kind of it could be, you know. That's why I already, with this breakout, I kind of already realized that was wave one. Still, I got tricked there because we didn't went to the 0.3. This just confirms the hot momentum in semiconductor stocks. Taiwan Semiconductor seems ready to break out, and what we're seeing is the RSI indicator is also breaking out. So I wouldn't be trying to catch it. I do think Marvel, it's a better run, but Taiwan Semiconductor does still look good. We have one for Ethereum, and then we have one for FTNT, which I don't have it charted, so I'm leaving that one at the end. And of course, we would see it for Ethereum. First, I need to go into Bitcoin quickly, and I think we can see all those three. All right, Bitcoin, I'm calling a bottom. I'm calling a bottom soon. And we had been discussing this one also 2 Fridays ago. This was wave one, and I do think this is an ABC correction. ABC. We are already bouncing from the bottom, almost from the bottom of the Bollinger Band. Also the 0.382 Fibonacci retracement. I do think we're also breaking out on Bitcoin. And I know I have been sounding very bullish on the upcoming, on our past live stream too, but just we're breaking out on all the charts. Had this resistance trend line, a pretty simple technique for technical analysis, very simple. It's my favorite actually. 2021 previous highs into the Liberation Day highs on 2024, 2025. We're breaking out on all those charts. We're breaking out. And I do think we're going to see it on the indices, on cryptocurrency as well. I remain bullish on Bitcoin. I think it's a buy the dip here at 1,100. Crypto is another market, okay? So I wouldn't be surprised to see like a flash crash, maybe a liquidity catch, a liquidity grab. Maybe we could reach as 95, like, or maybe this could somehow turn into a 5-point correction. My point is, Bitcoin is already on the buy. My buy would be 95 to 105, 10,000 range for Bitcoin, and I would be calling this a buy the dip for Bitcoin. Bitcoin breaking above the RSI indicator as well. That would be signaling my personal price target for Bitcoin. I do think we're, yeah, in this cycle, I do think we're reaching the 200,000, 250. We're just on wave 1. Would be looking wave 3, 4, 5. Now, Ethereum, I got it starting wave 3 here. I'm also very bullish on Ethereum, and it's even looking like a macro double bottom breaking out. We're kind of retesting that one. Okay, wave 1. It's a bottom. It's a bottom for Ethereum. It's already a 5-point correction. We can see it here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. In the daily, we're going to be able to see it more clean. There it is. That's a 5-point correction for Ethereum, and this volume on the last wave would be showing the forced liquidation. I'm calling a bottom on Ethereum. I'm calling a bottom on Ethereum here. All right, let's go here back into the weekly time frame. And I don't want to be sounding irrational, but I do think this is wave 1, this is wave 2. Wave 3, we're seeing 8,000 for Ethereum, 8,000, 9,000. This would be wave 3. I know how crazy it sounds, but I do think Ethereum would also break their structures. I see we have a comment. It sounds a bit crazy to talk about Bitcoin 200K, but I wouldn't think so. Check where the indicator is. Check where the RSI indicator is. We're at all-time highs, and the indicator is completely cooled down. Not only that, Bitcoin is trading at the same price as 1 year ago. 1 year ago, December, we were 100,007. 1 year out. Let's just do a projection, all right? If this would be a wave 2, wave 1 high would be the C. Wave 3 usually hits the 1.6. So that would be here wave 3. So at least for wave 3, 190,000 would be a valid. Let's imagine we just spot there. That would be wave 4, wave 5. Yeah, wave 200,000 seems completely realistic. Completely real. Really. I'm not just, like throwing upside price targets because, Friday to be bullish. No, really. And now let's see. Thank you, Black Mamba, for the comments. And let's see. Well, we could be. We're going to be following. I can promise that. And I think we have time here quickly. I'm sorry, I left this one at the end because I didn't have it charted, but let's go quickly here. FTNT. FTNT Fortinet here. And let's go quickly. Let's try to spot it quickly as we have a couple. Nice. Nice chart. All right. Of course, I would need a bit more time, but initially I would be seeing a wave 1. This would be an ABC correction 2. This would be the past cycle. Yes, our super past cycle was here. This was an ABC correction. And this was an ABC correction too. There it is. Seems like a potential bottom. I would also check insider buying, all right? I don't have that information here, but if insider buying is bullish here, what I like this capitulation volume. This is just everyone hitting out. It's where that volume comes. This volume is coming in at this support. It's also a support trend line that goes back to 2023. All right. This seems like a wave 1. RSI indicator, I would be calling it a buy. Still, maybe I think it would be a buy to dip. Checking it quickly like that, I think it would be a buy to dip, and I think we could be reaching to, this could be like a wave 1, maybe wave 2, but it's looking bullish. I like that volume here. Let's see how that looks on the monthly time frame. For volume, always zoom out. Okay. On the volume, not much. It's not like, wow, this is volume, but on the weekly, I kind of do like that capitulation. And we do have time for one more. And I would like to share another stock I just bought, and it's ServiceNow. I'm personally calling wave 3. This would be the only one. Yes, initially we're rejecting from resistance, but I do think we already kind of had like an ABC correction. But we're not, I'm early buyer here. We're not yet breaking out on price action. Keep ServiceNow on under your radar too. We're going to check it out 2 Fridays out from here. If we break out from 980, that would be signaling the bullish breakout. I like that the Bollinger Bands are contracting here, indicating this consolidation will soon catch some momentum. But we do need also the breakout on the RSI indicator. If that is the case, if we break out on the RSI indicator, ServiceNow would likely be confirming wave 3, which could retest that structure also at 1200. So yes, that will be all for today. I would like to thank you everyone for your participation, for your attendance. And as always, I would like to thank the team from Benzinga, Ryan, everyone for inviting us here all the Fridays to share some stock market updates. Remember, if you like what we do here, you can check out our webpage, tradingmadesimple.org. We have automation trades, we have live trading sessions, we have many feature AI powered tools and more. You can check out our website, tradingmadesimple.org, if you would like to learn more about our work. And I would like to wish you all a great weekend. All right, remember, individual stocks are looking bullish here. The indices, kind of like, what's going on? Why are we not showing those breakouts here? What's going on with the RSI indicator for SPX? Kind of could be an exhaustion gap. But my point is that if we even do have that correction, this is a buy the dip market. All right, that's the message. This is the buy the dip market. Buy your favorite stocks. It does currently seem that we could still continue rallying, even though we might have a bit of turbulence, unless the S&P 500 is also able to break out. Thank you, everyone. That would be all for today, and have a great weekend. Thank you.